We'll call the city council meeting to order. It's 5:07 p.m. City clerk, may I have a roll call, please?
Councilmember Gerson,
Present.
Councilmember Kaji,
Present.
Councilmember Kalani,
Present.
Councilmember Lewis,
Present.
Councilmember Matucci,
Here.
Councilmember Shake,
Present.
Mayor Chen.
Present. The council will now recess to close session to confer with the city manager and city attorney on agenda matters listed under 14A, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, 14B, 14C, and 14D, public employee discipline, dismissal, release, and 14F, conference with labor negotiator, and 10A. A closed session on these matters is authorized by California Government Code Section 54956.9D1, 54957, and 54957.6. We'll return after closed session. Thank you.
5.
Good evening. We've been in closed session. City Attorney, do you have something to report to us?
Yes, Your Honor. This evening during closed session on item 10A and 14A, the City Council by a vote of 7-0 decided to deny an appeal and uphold the decision of the Civil Service Commission regarding the termination of a peace officer.
Thank you. We'd like to welcome everyone joining us in the council chambers, along with everyone watching remotely. Moving on to the flag salute and invocation. We honor those who make it possible for us to be here today. If there is anyone here in the audience who is on active duty or a military veteran, please stand or raise your hand so that we may recognize you. And may we all rise, and Councilman Matucci is going to lead us in the flag salute, and Councilman Sheikh in the invocation.
Please join me in the flag salute. Ready to begin? I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to
the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God,
indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. In the name of God, the most gracious, most merciful, Master of the day of judgment, you alone we worship, and you alone we ask for help. Guide us along the path of those you have blessed, not those you are displeased with or those who are astray. Gracious God, thank you for this opportunity. Bless each and everyone present here in this sacred chamber of our city. Let your presence lead us, enlighten us, guide us, unite us, and help us stay on track for one and only one purpose, the well-being of our city. Amen.
Okay. Thank you both. Item 3, I will take a motion to waive further reading of resolutions and ordinances after number and title.
So moved.
Second.
Voting, please. Councilmember Lewis? Thank you. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Item 4, announcements of withdrawn, deferred, and/or supplemental items.
Good evening, Your Honor. Danny Santana from the City Manager's Office. Deferred items include item 9F, City Manager approved Third Amendment to amended and restated lease with South End Racket and Health Club for city-owned property located at 2800 Sky Park Drive. Item 9F will be rescheduled for a City Council meeting on July 2nd. In terms of supplemental materials, they are available online on the city website at torranceca.gov for the following items. Item 7, oral communications. Item 8C, community development, approved Third Amendment to consulting services agreement for seismic retrofit ordinance implementation. And item 10C, community development, consider appeal of Planning Commission adoption of a mitigated negative declaration and approval of a general plan amendment to amend the land use designation from the general commercial to medium high density residential in conjunction with a conditional use permit to allow the construction of a 272 unit residential condominium development with a density bonus, a planned development to establish development standards for the development plan, and a divisional lot to allow a vesting tentative tract map for condominium purposes on property located in the PD zone at 2325 Crenshaw Boulevard, herein referred as the Torrance Del Amo project. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. And before we go to item 5, I just want to give the audience here in the chamber and those on watching virtually an update of the agenda sequences tonight. We will be taking items 10C and 10B out of order tonight. We will take them right after the consent calendar before the administrative matters. So those of you who are planning on how to spend your evening here online, just didn't want you to be surprised. Item 5, council committee meetings and announcements. Councilman Lewis.
Thank you, Mayor. It's Tokapalooza time. I'd like to remind the community that the Torrance Cultural Arts Foundation is proud to present Tokapalooza, which is happening this Saturday, June 22nd, from 11 a.m. to 5 p.m. Tokapalooza is a celebration of all things art, music, food, and live performances in Torrance and the South Bay. All 3 stages in the Torrance Cultural Arts Center will have around-the-clock entertainment, including live bands, dance floors, dance shows, orchestra performances, Takio demonstration, magic, and more. Nearly a dozen delicious food and drink vendors will be set up and available for purchase. There will also be a number of local vendors and artists on display and merchandise for purchase. This is a free community event. All you need to do is register for your free ticket at torrancearts.org/festival. Again, torrancearts.org/festival. Bring your e-ticket or print it out on the day of the festival, and you can enter it into a raffle drawing and possibly win some fun prizes. Bring the whole family for a wonderful experience here at the Torrance Cultural Arts Center. For more information and tickets, again, go to torrancearts.org/festival.
Thank you. Councilman Shake.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to share that the Friends of Madrona Marsh will host a special event this summer to celebrate their 50th anniversary. The Friends of Madrona Marsh, formed in 1974, is a nonprofit organization devoted to promoting the conservation and restoration of the Madrona Marsh Preserve. They provide wonderful educational programs and activities that promote environmental awareness and stewardship. The Madrona Marsh is also one of the last remaining vernal freshwater wetlands in Southern California. Thanks to nonprofit organizations who continue to work with the city, we are able to ensure the marsh is protected and well-maintained for all future generations. So please mark your calendars. This fundraiser will take place on Sunday, August 11, 2024, from 12 p.m. to 5 p.m. at the Depot Restaurant in downtown Torrance. The event is 21 and older and will feature a Taste of Torrance tasting menu from several local restaurants, live music, guest speakers, and auctions to raise funds for the continued preservation of the marsh. Tickets can be purchased online at www.friendsofmadronamarsh.com or at the Nature Center's gift shop from 11 a.m. to 3 p.m., Fridays and Saturdays only. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilman Tucci on Armed Forces Day.
Thank you. On Monday, June 24th at 9 a.m., the City of Torrance Armed Forces Day Special Standing Committee will host an after-action meeting at the West Annex Community Meeting Room located at 3031 Torrance Boulevard. The community is invited to attend and provide any feedback about this year's Armed Forces Day Parade and celebration. You can also direct questions or concerns by calling 310-618-5880, 310-618-5880, or emailing jchun@torranceca.gov with the subject line reading Armed Forces Day Special Standing Committee Meeting.
And I think you have the next one, too.
Yes, I do. It's an update on the Hillside landslide update, and the city continues to actively manage recovery efforts related to the impacts of the severe winter storms experienced in February of 2024. Progress continues on stabilizing the Vista Montana hillside and repairing roads. The soldier piles and shoring have been completed to support the roadway, and the city is now working on the water line repairs and pavement restoration. City staff can continue to monitor soil conditions and hillside movement, ensuring affected residents stay informed. Financial assistance is available to those impacted by the storms. The United States Small Business Administration, also known as the SBA, is now accepting applications for low-interest loans to cover repair costs for business and residents, including homeowners and renters. Interest rates can be as low as 4% for businesses and 2.6% for homeowners. The deadline to apply for property damage is July 16th, 2024, and for economic injury, it's February 18th, 2025. For information on how to apply and updates on recovery efforts, please visit www.trendingintorrance.com. Again, the website is trendingintorrance.com. A lot of great information there. Thank you.
Councilman Kaji, did you have one?
I'll withhold till a future date. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I have one on the upcoming Children's Hospital Blood Drive. Children's Hospital LA South Bay Specialty Care Center will host a blood drive on Wednesday, June 26, from 11 a.m. to 5:15 p.m. They're located at 3440 Torrance Boulevard near the corner of Madrona Avenue. The process is quick and easy. Each month, Children's Hospital LA sets a goal to collect 2,000 units of blood products to meet the needs of their patients. In fact, one donor can help 2 children who are in need of blood. I'd like to invite the community to join me in donating blood if you're able to. Donor requirements include being at least 18 years old, weighing at least 110 pounds, providing a valid photo ID, and feeling healthy on the day of donation. To schedule an appointment, go to CHLADONTEBLOOD.org or call 323-361-2441. And the final announcement is on June 26, 2024, Wednesday, there will be a Torrance Investment Advisory Committee meeting at 4 p.m. at the West Annex Commission Meeting Room. For more information, contact 310-781-7612. There are no community matters. Moving on to oral communications number 1. This portion of the meeting is reserved for comments on items under the consent calendar or items that are not on the agenda. Under the Ralph M. Brown Act, City Council cannot act on items raised during public comment, but may respond briefly to statements made or questions posed, request clarification, or refer the item to staff. Speakers under oral communications are limited to oral communications number 1 or oral communications number 2, and no longer than 1 minute per speaker. Time starts when you step up to the microphone. If presenting handout material to council, please provide 11 copies to the city clerk. Handouts will be distributed while you speak. City clerk, do you have anyone who signed up?
Yes, Your Honor. Susan Niemeyer.
Okay, 6:53, we have 15 minutes. Or 6:54, that is.
Hello, everyone. First, I want to say that my item is not about consent calendar 8E, so I just want to point that out. But I do want to talk about something that's important to animal welfare, and that's dog licenses. And this is a little dog license that you can get. The dog licenses now that we get are very small. This is a small size, very light, and they're really useful. I moderate lost and found Facebook groups, and the license has the name of your pet, it's got your phone number, and a code that you can register this if you find this. And I would like to really see what the council can do and the community services and the Torrance Animal Rangers in increasing the number of animals that are licensed. Licensing is mandated by the state of California and by municipal code, and I'd like to see what efforts we can do to improve that. Thank you.
Charlie Salinas.
Good evening, everyone. 2 weeks ago, the Daily Breeze wrote a story, and that story is about Hermosa Beach painted 24 more additional utility boxes. And
we can make a quick clarification. I believe we did act upon it, so.
Good evening, Mayor, Honorable City Council, John LaRock, Community Services Department. If the City Council will recall, part of the adopted budget for 24-25 includes funding to do a digital wrap of 6 utility boxes in the city. We will also next Tuesday be unveiling the branded wrapped box at the corner of Torrance and Madrona Avenue. So that project is commencing.
Right. Great timing. I knew it was coming up soon. Go ahead.
Mary Ann?
So part 3 of the rationale that I've been presenting about creating an independent civilian oversight commission is that community trust has been broken, and that that fact has built up over decades, not just since Christopher DeAndre Mitchell or these other scandals. And the chief coming in here and running, triage and firing folks over these series of scandalous and compromising situations that Torrance PD has put y'all in, doesn't restore community trust. It's actually, that's just the very basic level of fulfilling that part of your job, right? But restoring community trust begins with doing things differently, more accountably, more transparently, and with the community, not at or to the community, which is how it's been. People are over reform. We know that it's just a sham, a distraction for you to sweep more money that allows business as usual to
Carrie?
Is this on? Okay. Here we are on the eve of Juneteenth, and we know that that's about the time that the enslaved people in Texas found out that they were emancipated 2 years after the rest of this enslaved people were emancipated. They had to wait around. They didn't even know they were waiting, that they were still enslaved. We also know that the 13th Amendment didn't really abolish slavery. It said something to the effect of, let's see, sorry, that involuntary, it abolished slavery and involuntary servitude except for punishment for a crime. And so all sorts of laws were passed to bring people into prison and put them in jail. And I also...
Thank you. Your time is up. Ma'am, your time is up. Anyone else who signed up? Does anyone else from the public who wish to speak during oral communications number 1, please step up to the microphone.
Hi, my name is Joan Davidson. I just have a question. When I went to try to look at a planning commission meeting 2 months ago, you only have the audio uploaded, and you're a huge city. I don't understand why you don't videotape your planning commission meetings, and I wish you would do that, because it was impossible for someone who wasn't at the meeting to understand what we heard that night, which was quite interesting. Secondly, I just was told if there's time I could speak to an item. Every council meeting I was at, no one ever asked for a card. So could you explain how to hand in a card for item 10C? Thank you.
You can hand it in right now if you want. Oh, okay. She doesn't take it once a meeting starts, but you will have an opportunity. I will be asking, so no worries. Go ahead, next person.
My name is Audrey, and my friend Marianne inspired me to see the need for a civilian commission over the oversight of the police in a different way I hadn't thought about. So I just want you to think, Mr. Sheikh, Councilmember Sheikh, if you felt you were being sexually harassed by Councilmember Matucci, would you want to go to Councilmember Matucci as a member of this board to complain about that behavior? Would you want to go to to Mr. Shin or anyone to complain? You would feel uncomfortable going to someone who's in that same role. So that's what it's like for poor people to go and complain at the police department.
Your time is up. The next person, please.
With the Torrance Rose Float Association. Yay, that's the hat I'm wearing tonight. Okay, I just want to remind everyone on the city council who works at the city, who's in the audience and watching us on TV, that tomorrow at Chipotle, the one here in front of Nordstrom's, we're having a fundraiser. It's called Restaurant for Roses, and if you go to our website, torrancerosefloat.org, you can get a flyer. Bring the flyer with you, or you order online, and you can give them a code as they're going to see it tonight. So thank you for all your support in the past, but come out and enjoy dinner with us from 4 to 8 tomorrow night.
Anyone else who wants to speak?
Hi, this is Andy Porchop. I just want to report to the general public. I attended the beautiful celebration, of the one-year celebration of the Torrance Transit Center. It was a great event. The whole city showed up. All the city employees took a nice few hours out. And I was going to meet some passengers. And I don't know, it was like a lack of passengers. And the saddest thing was our the pillar of our historical society member was there, and she did not use the bus. She called a taxi cab. But the saddest thing was nobody offered her a ride. You know, she just lives like 2 miles from there, but nobody gave her a ride, or she couldn't attend, or she couldn't use the bus. This is just unbelievable for 25.
Anyone else who wishes to speak for oral communications number 1? Okay, we will move on to the consent calendar. Do any council members wish to pull any items from the consent calendar? Okay, I don't see any, so I'll take a motion to approve the consent calendar in its entirety.
Motion to approve the consent calendar in its entirety.
Second.
Start voting, please. Mayor? Thank you. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
I think I know what Councilman Sheikh was trying to do. He was trying to allow some folks to see the proposed Rose Float Parade rendering. So it's actually here. He didn't pull it, but for those, we do have a wonderful rendering. Just want to let the audience know.
Mayor Danny Santana, City Manager's Office, would you like staff to put it on the screen?
Sure. Let's just put it on for a screen for a moment. At least the public can see it. See, we got a lot of people here from the association.
Sure, we just
Okay.
need a moment, Your Honor,
Sure.
while we take care of that.
Got it. I think that's what you were trying to do. You know, the high school student, his name is Sumisha Godipati. Hopefully I pronounced it correct. Would you stand so we'll all see you? And thank you. Thank you for the parents for showing up today. We'll appreciate, and we will see you on the Rose Float in 2025 in January. Okay. Well, I know the whole family came and very proud of her. I didn't want you to all come and we just let you go without acknowledging you. Thank you very much. Let's see. We'll now be taking item 10C out of order. I think there are some folks who are getting ready to leave, so I'll just hang on for a second. Yes, Monica, I think there's a request to at least take a photo with our artist winner before they walk out, because I think all of you came to do that. Let's do that. Let's. So the Roseville Association and the artists, just go in front of this podium here, and let's. Yeah, I'm gonna ask the council to stand on the second deck behind them because the association's gonna be on the first deck. Okay. All right. We didn't want to make the whole group come for nothing, and I think it's a good way for us to show our appreciation to the artists. We'll now be moving on to item 10C out of order. Now is the time and place for a public hearing on agenda item 10C. Recommendation from the Community Development Director and the Planning Commission that the City Council deny the appeal, adopt a mitigated negative declaration, approve a general plan amendment to amend the land use designation from general commercial to medium-high density residential, a conditional use permit to allow the construction of a 272-unit residential condominium development with a density bonus, a planned development to establish development standards for the development plan, and a division of lot to allow a vesting tentative tract map for condominium purposes on property located in the PD zone at 2325 Crenshaw Boulevard. Is there a staff presentation?
Mayor, yes, there's staff presentation.
Go ahead.
All righty, okay. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council. I'm Lee Orts with the Community Development Department. Tonight, we have a presentation on Agenda Item 10C to consider an appeal of the Planning Commission approval of a new multifamily residential development comprised of 272 dwelling units on property located in the PD zone at 2325 Crenshaw Boulevard, referred to as the Torrance Del Amo project. The project applicant, Rose Equities, requests approval by the City Council for the following items. Adoption of a mitigating negative declaration in accordance with the California Environmental Quality Act. Approval of a general plan amendment to amend the land use designation from general commercial to medium-high density residential. Approval of a conditional use permit to allow residential development above 3 stories in height and more than 100 units and having a density greater than 27 units per acre, and to allow multiple owner-occupied residential structures. Approval of a planned development to establish development standards for the project, and approval of a division of lot to allow vesting tentative tract map for condominium purposes. Next slide, please. This presentation will provide an overview of the project that includes project location and existing conditions, land use and zoning designation, site plan, elevations and renderings, density bonus, environmental analysis, and will conclude with the staff recommendation to the City Council. Next slide, please. This slide shows the project location in green color and the surrounding urban environment. The project is located at 2325 Crenshaw Boulevard, near the northwest corner of Crenshaw Boulevard and Sepulveda Boulevard. Next slide, please. This slide shows a close-up of the project location in green color and surrounding development. The project site is situated on a flat, irregular-shaped lot measuring 5.5 acres in area. The site was developed in 1989 and contains a one-story office building that measures approximately 69,000 square feet in floor area and has surface parking with 347 spaces. The site is landscaped with ornamental grasses, shrubs, and mature trees. Access to the site is provided by Park Del Amo, a private roadway that extends east to Crenshaw Boulevard, and by a private drive aisle that extends south to Sepulveda Boulevard. The surrounding development includes commercial office buildings to the southeast, multifamily residences to the west and south, and single-family residences to the north. Next slide, please. This slide shows the existing conditions of the project site. This image was taken by Google Street View, oriented toward the northeast. Next slide, please. This slide shows the existing conditions of the project site. This image was taken by Google Street View, oriented toward the northwest. Next slide, please. And this slide shows the existing conditions of the project site. This image was also taken by Google Street View, oriented southwest. Next slide, please. The project site has a general plan land use designation of general commercial and bounded by parcels that share the same commercial land use designation to the east and south, and parcels that have residential land use designations to the north and west. The proposed general plan amendment to amend the land use designation from general commercial to medium-high density residential is compatible with the residential land uses to the north and east, and is intended to accommodate low and medium-rise multifamily residential buildings with subterranean parking, and a density range of 31.1 to 44 dwelling units per acre. The proposed residential land use is also consistent with the 2021-2029 housing element, which identify the site for future residential development with a target density of 33 dwelling units per acre. Next slide, please. This slide shows the land use destination that was described in the previous slide. The project site is located at the center, shown in dark orange color. As mentioned, the proposed medium-high density residential land use destination is compatible with the residential land uses to the north and east and offers a transition to the commercial land uses to the west and south. Also, as mentioned, the proposed residential land use is consistent with the housing element, which identify the site for future residential development. Next slide, please. The project site has a zoning designation of planned development, referred to as a PD zone. The project site is bounded by parcels that share the same PD zoning designation. The development standards set forth in the proposed development plan are subject to review and approval by the City Council to ensure the project is compatible with the surrounding land uses to the extent possible as allowed by state law. Next slide, please. This slide shows the zoning designation that was described in the previous slide. The project site is located at the center, shown in blue color. As mentioned, the project site is bounded by parcels that share the same PD zoning designation. Next slide, please. This slide shows the project site plan. The project design builds on the existing character of the surrounding area and serves as a bridge between the neighboring single-family residences to the north and the taller office buildings and multifamily residential buildings to the east and south. The project is comprised of 272 dwelling units, which include 244 market rate units, 91 density bonus units, and 28 affordable units reserved for very low income households. All located within buildings that range from 3 to 5 stories and heights from 48 feet to 69 feet, and developed with on-site circulation, amenities, and open space and landscaping, and situated atop a 2-level subterranean parking structure. The project gross floor area measures 480,281 square feet, and the project site measures 5.5 acres, resulting in a floor area ratio of 2.0 and a density of 49.45 dwelling units per acre. The project requires 336 parking spaces and provides 461 parking spaces. Next slide, please. This slide shows the project elevations as viewed from the east and west. The buildings range from 3 to 5 stories and heights from 48 to 69 feet. The project orients the taller residential buildings towards the south to connect with higher activity areas along Sepulveda Boulevard, and orients the lower residential buildings towards the north near to the single-family residences. Next slide, please. This slide shows the project elevations as viewed from the north and south. Next slide, please. This slide shows a project rendering from above and orientated towards the southeast. Next slide, please. This slide shows a project rendering from above and orientated toward the southwest. The project involves a density bonus in accordance with state law. The project proposes a base number of 181 dwelling units, or 33 dwelling units per acre, based on the project site area of 5.5 acres and the proposed general plan land use designation, medium-high density residential, that has a density range of 31.1 to 44 dwelling units per acre, which is consistent with the target density that was identified in the housing element. The project sets aside 28 dwelling units reserved for very low-income households and is therefore entitled to receive a 50% density bonus increase, or 91 additional units, resulting in 272 dwelling units. The additional 91 density bonus units increase the project density from 33 to 49.45 dwelling units per acre. In addition to the density bonus, the project is entitled to receive 3 incentives concessions, among other benefits mandated by state law, such as waivers and reduced parking ratios, which are not subject to discretionary review. Staff notes the project applicant has not requested any incentives or concessions or waivers and reductions. Next slide, please. The potential environmental impacts associated with the project have been assessed in an initial study prepared by an outside consultant and reviewed by the Community Development Department as the lead agency in accordance with the California Environmental Quality Act. Based on the information contained in the initial study prepared for the project, there is no substantial evidence that the project may have a significant effect on the environment when certain mitigation measures are incorporated. And therefore, the Community Development Department recommends adoption of a mitigated negative declaration prior to acting on the project. Next slide, please. And in closing remarks, the recommendation of the Planning Commission and the Community Development Director is that City Council deny the appeal and adopt a mitigated negative declaration and adopt resolutions approving the Torrance Del Amo project. Next slide, please. With that said, thank you, Honorable Mayor and City Council for your time. That concludes staff presentation, and we are available for questions.
Thank you. I'm going to briefly share how tonight's public hearing process will be conducted. First, the appellant will have up to 10 minutes to speak at the microphone. After that, the proponents will have up to 10 minutes to speak or respond to some of the items. And then finally, the appellant will have up to 5 minutes for their final remarks. And after that, I will go to the general public. Even if you have not filled in any cards, you'll have up to 2 minutes per speaker. Okay? Hopefully that was clear. And at this moment, I will ask the appellant to please come to the microphone to speak. So it's not one person 10 minutes, it's the appellant. You know, if there's a group of 10, it's collectively 10 minutes. Go ahead.
Understood. I believe I'm the only appellant, so. Cool. Good evening, Mayor Chen and honorable council members. My name is Marjana Bubo, and I'm representing the appellant SAFER, the Supporters Alliance for Environmental Responsibility, and its members who live, work, and recreate in and around the city of Torrance. We are appealing the Planning Commission's decision to approve the project MND for the Torrance Del Amo project. As a preliminary matter, we, along with our independent experts, reviewed the city's response to our comments prepared by the applicant and maintain our position that the mitigated negative declaration, or MND, prepared for this project is improper. Because this project is being proposed under a MND, the fair argument standard applies. And under this standard, if there is a fair argument supported by substantial evidence that the project may have significant environmental impacts, then an EIR must be prepared. With the limited time I have this evening, I'd like to highlight the key points that SAFER has raised to the city and is included in the administrative record. So first, there is a fair argument supported by substantial evidence that the project may have significant air quality impacts. Our independent experts at SWAPE remodeled the project and identified that the project will emit construction-related volatile organic compounds, or VOCs. Specifically, the emissions of VOCs during construction is predicted to be about 85 pounds per day, which exceeds the threshold set by the South Coast Air Quality Management District of 75 pounds a day. Furthermore, both SWAPE and certified industrial hygienist Francis Offerman concluded that the project's emissions will also exceed significance thresholds established by the Air Quality Management District. Specifically, the associated cancer and health risks stemming from the project exceed such levels and require additional analysis and mitigation. Additionally, there's a fair argument supported by substantial evidence that the project may have significant greenhouse gas impacts. Our experts at SWAPE found that the project's GHG emissions would exceed, again, the Air Quality Management District's threshold as well. Altogether, our experts' findings constitute substantial evidence supporting a fair argument that the project may have significant environmental impacts. The city responded to our experts' findings and refutes them. But that's why the fair argument standard is critical here. Even if the city's responses were considered to be substantial evidence, and it sounds like they believe that's the case. Even if that's the case, and that's what they use to support their position, the disagreements, the disputes, the disagreements between our experts must be resolved through the preparation of an EIR. Lastly, the city improperly failed to disclose and mitigate the project's significant noise impacts by relying exclusively on the city's own general plan and noise ordinance to establish its significance threshold. The city explains that the project will not generate a substantial increase above ambient noise levels in the project's vicinity, and justifies this through referencing the city's general plan, related noise ordinance. However, reliance on these thresholds alone to analyze noise violates CEQA because it forecloses the possibility of some noise levels to be deemed significant as a significant impact, no matter how loud. While SAFER does not contest the city's discretion to apply a significance threshold, the city must nonetheless evaluate both the increase in noise levels and the absolute noise level associated with the project. Our independent experts at Wilson IRIG highlighted that the MND does not analyze the cumulative increase in noise levels associated with the project. They found that the city's approach, for example, accounts for mechanical noise sources, but not cumulative levels, and that there is a possibility that the combined noise from mechanical equipment may exceed project thresholds. For the foregoing reasons, SAFER respectfully requests the city to reject the project MND and to instead prepare and circulate an EIR that better analyzes and mitigates the project's impacts. Thank you.
Thank you. And I believe he said that he is the only person speaking for the appellant. And now we'll let the proponent have up to 10 minutes to give their remarks or rebuttal or clarification. Please come to the mic. Right there, exactly where he was, yes.
Okay, got it. Good evening, Mayor Chen and members of the council. It is a privilege to stand before you this evening to present our Torrance Del Amo multifamily community. Sorry?
Keep going.
Located at 2325 Crenshaw Boulevard for your consideration. My name is Dan Miller, and I'm a principal with Rose Equities. I would like to begin by thanking the staff for all of their help in preparing for this evening. Along with Garden Communities, our partner in Torrance Del Amo, we are two individual, family-owned real estate businesses that have been in operation for more than 70 years. Torrance Del Amo will be the result of our expensive collaboration with a very talented team of consultants representing disciplines including architecture, landscape design, engineering, fire safety, mobility, and environmental planning. Several of our team members are here with us tonight, and we would like to acknowledge them and thank them for their great work. You will hear more about Torrance Del Amo and the approvals we are requesting from my partner Brent Stoll in a few minutes. In a moment, I will hand the floor over to Andrew Fogg, our land use attorney from the law firm of Cox, Castle, and Nicholson, who will address comments by the appellant and the Trias environmental letter received by the city last week. Before I do, I want to emphasize the long-term generational outlook that our two families share and how that informs our thinking as to land planning, architecture, design, and in particular, engagement in and with the communities in which we are privileged to build and own multifamily housing communities. If we are fortunate to receive our approvals, we will own Torrance Del Amo and be members of the Torrance community for decades to come. As such, we have undertaken an extensive community engagement effort in order to gain community support and address community concerns regarding Torrance Del Amo. As highlighted in the community log provided to both council and staff, by the numbers, this means upwards of 19 in-person meetings, 25 phone calls, 21 email threads, 70 visits to local businesses, and 34 letters of support received. We hope these figures demonstrate the seriousness with which we have approached engagement with our future neighbors. While we are cognizant that we may not be able to fully resolve every concern, we are confident that our approach to planning and design of Torrance Del Amo, which Brent will talk about some more, reflect a deliberate approach to placemaking that is sensitive to both the future members of our community and to our neighbors as well. Thank you all for extending the opportunity to be here tonight. And now I'll call up Andrew Fogg.
Thank you, Mayor Chen and council members. If it'd be possible to pull up the timer just so we can see where we're at, that would be great. I'm Andrew Fogg from Cox, Castle, and Nicholson, Land Use Council for the project. I'd like to reiterate the thanks to staff and highlight in particular a couple of the points. The first point is, as Mr. Orts mentioned several times, this project implements the vision that the city had when it adopted its housing element. The city identified this site to have 181 units. That is exactly the base density that is being proposed. The city is obligated under state law to rezone this property within a year of the adoption of the housing element. There are mandates that do that. This project approvals, the general plan amendment and rezone, implement that state law mandate. So this is something you're required to do under state law with regard to these zoning actions in order to fully effectuate your housing element and keep in compliance with state housing law. I'd like to reference a couple of things. First of all, I'll note that the appellant submitted a letter early this morning, apparently, to the city staff, 219 pages with information. This is a classic example of CEQA abuse, what they call a late hit. Under law, this letter can be disregarded because it is so late and it's impossible for the city staff and for you to reasonably review and approve it. But let me go a little deeper, because they attach a couple of technical reports. Their noise experts letter in that submittal was dated April 17th. Their indoor experts letter was dated March 30th. Think about that. They've been sitting on these letters for 3 months, and they haven't given them to you. Why? Because they don't care about an honest dialogue. They don't care about good faith. They don't care about presenting honest information to the city. They want to just pull it in to try to preserve some potential for litigation. This is classic CEQA abuse, and it should be disregarded and rejected. On the substance, they continue to be wrong. I note that the appellant said over and over again, supported by substantial evidence. Their experts do not have substantial evidence. They don't qualify. The SWEEP is a well-known environmental organization that submits letters. I don't think they've ever found a project that doesn't have significant impacts. And why is that? Because they game the numbers. They take construction times and they compress them into impossibly short periods of time to make the daily emissions go up. It's exactly what they did here. They make it look like a project will do all of its grading in 2 weeks and take 300 days to paint a building. It's ridiculous, and it must be disregarded. Their formaldehyde expert, he anticipates that every individual will live in their unit 24 hours a day, 7 days a week for 70 years with the windows and doors closed and never open. And he assumes that they will have a constant off-gassing of formaldehyde from wood and other materials within that structure that don't dissipate. They stay constant forever. The science says that things dissipate after 2 years. No one's in their building for 70 years nonstop. This is ridiculous. It's laughable. It is not substantial evidence. These are the types of information they're presenting to you. It is well within your discretion to disregard this information. It is not substantial evidence. The documentation submitted by CAJA is well supported. It has valid technical experts, and there is no substantial evidence to the contrary that this project will result in a significant environmental impact. Lastly, before I turn it over to CAJA to make a couple of other remarks, there was a recent letter that was submitted by an attorney nearby who is not one of the appellants, but raised some additional issues and requested some additional testing. I will note that the city added new conditions of approval. There are conditions of approval 3 and I believe 40 through 45 that deal specifically with the implementation of the recommendations of the Department of Subject Toxics Control, which will have full characterization of the site before the work is done. And keep in mind, what they're concerned about were some historic oil activities that are well documented and acknowledged in the reports. These are not the sort of things that leach into groundwater or things that will have significant issues. These are items that, if they're there, generally sit where they are. They're below the building, if they exist at all, that exist today. They'll be characterized once the building is demoed, and then when the project is built, this entire site is going to have subterranean parking. Everything's going to be excavated out. Everything will be removed. If there's any contamination, it will be dealt with appropriately in accordance with all requirements and regulations, and it will be disposed of in an appropriate facility. Everything is being done in accordance with law and practice, and the items that the letter requested are being fulfilled through condition 3 and the other remaining conditions. With that, I'll turn it over for Kaja to talk about the noise issue.
Hi, Noah Tansky. I was working with Kaja for the environmental analysis for this project. We heard a lot of mischaracterization that we tried to detail, but just with some of the remaining time that we have left, I'd like to touch on the noise issue and the allegation that we only relied on regulatory standards and general plan standards when analyzing the project. This is just totally not true, especially for construction noise. Not only did we assess the impact with respect to the city's municipal standards for noise, but on top of that, we also applied a very protective 5 decibel noise increase threshold as well, just to make sure that we were going above and beyond in also ensuring that we were, estimating the impact over baseline conditions and not just merely with respect to the code itself and its absolute standards.
Good evening, Council. Brent Stahl, Rose Equities. Thank you for having us today. In the effort of time, I just wanted to let you guys know that, we've designed this community with first and foremost with the ideas of the housing element and the community, the surrounding communities, mainly the four HOAs and inclusive of the office building around us. We are here. It's a comprehensive plan, and it's designed to address the housing crisis while enhancing the local community.
Thank you, sir. You guys have exhausted your 10 minutes. And now we will go back to the appellant. You will have up to 5 minutes.
Hi, Mayor Chen. Just really quick, and honorable council members. I think in the grand scheme of things, the appeal that SAFER submitted had nothing to do with housing. I think it can be true that you can both provide housing as mandated by the city's housing element while also preparing an EIR. SAFER's appeal and its underlying technical studies, reports, analysis were all related to the environmental impacts, not at all related to the housing. It's also not true that you can disregard whatever comment letter we submitted this morning. I'll admit I did not submit it on time. I had a child that had an emergency, and so I was not able to submit it by the 5:30 p.m. deadline, so I apologize for that. But I did confirm with the planner, Mr. Suri, who confirmed that this will be part of the administrative record. And just to clarify, while our letter may seem dense, it is a letter that has been reconfigured to address City Council. A lot of the information, a lot of the analysis and the technical reports have been available and have been part of the administrative record since I attended and presented at the Planning Commission meeting. I hope that the council for the applicant was able to review the letters that we'd submitted from months ago. And I just wanted to clarify that because it's a mischaracterization. We did respond to the applicant's comments and the responses to the comments, but we stand by our experts, we stand by our findings, and again, this is a mitigated negative declaration for a project, not an environmental impact report. And if there is substantial evidence that supports a fair argument that the project may have significant environmental impacts, then whatever disagreement or whatever, if they think that it's not substantial record, or substantial evidence, that's fine. We think that needs to be resolved in an EIR, and case law has made it abundantly clear that where there are those disagreements, the deference is in preparation of an EIR. Thank you.
All right, so I think the appellant has spoken, and the proponent has spoken, and the appellant has spoken. And now we're going to go to the general public.
Your Honor, City Attorney Patrick Sullivan.
Yes.
Before we go to the public, I didn't know if the council wanted to make any ex parte disclosures about any conversations or meetings or anything or visits they did to the site.
Okay, thank you for the reminder. Councilwoman Kalani.
Thank you. I just want to disclose that I've met on more than one occasion with representatives from Rose Equities. I've also talked with members of the community. I have also talked with members of our planning staff, and I will be making my decision tonight based on the evidence that's presented today. I also visited the site on more than one occasion at different times on different days as well.
Thank you. Councilman Sheikh.
Thank you, Mayor. I also like to disclose that I did meet with the Rose Equity representatives a couple times, and I also met with the community members. However, my decision will be based on the material presented to us today. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilwoman Lewis.
Exact same statement as Councilwoman Kalani to all of the above, including the site visits.
Councilman Kaji.
Thank you, Your Honor. I too have met with the developer I have visited the site on numerous occasions. I've also visited some of the surrounding commercial retail to speak with some of those businesses. And I will be making my decision based on the facts as presented. Thank you.
Councilman Gerson.
I too have met with the developer as well as people who live in the adjacent housing, including a family friend of 40 years who lives there. I grew up walking through that, lived right across the street, so I know the area very well. And I have discussed this with the city manager's office quite extensively, and also taken some conversations with our previous two mayors on the topic as well. So, yes, thank you.
Okay. And I too will disclose I have met with Rose Equities a couple of times discussing about their plans and what they like to do in the community. But my decisions will be made based on the information in tonight's packet. And anyone else?
Yes, me.
I was waiting for you to click in. Go ahead.
No, yes, I too have met with representatives from Rose Equities. I've also visited the site on a few occasions at different times. Met with some of the neighbors in the area, and I'll be making my decisions tonight based on the information here tonight. Thank you.
All right. Yeah, for those of us who go to the South Bay COG meetings, we visit, seen that location quite a bit. That COG has an office right next to it. All right. At this moment, I will open it up to the general public. Has anyone signed up? Okay, here's my recommendation guidance. So each of you will have 2 minutes to speak. If you're going to repeat what the previous person said, my suggestion would say, I agree with the comments from the previous one. We're trying to get as many people in, but I'm not going to force you to. I'm not going to say you cannot speak your 2 minutes, but you will save yourself a lot of time and get more people in. Okay? So since no one has put in cards ahead of time, if you could just come to the mic, first one there, if you could queue up if you want to. And once the 2 minutes is up, I ask you to please step away from the mic so that the next person can speak. Thank you. Appreciate your cooperation.
My name is Joe Odenkrantz. I'm the owner of Trias Environmental. I'm the one who submitted comments on behalf of a neighboring property related to vapor intrusion concerns that may exist at the proposed project, Torrance Del Amo. I am concerned that the remaining contamination will stay there below the 2 levels of parking that are proposed. And I've got this area contained 2 waste ponds, but between 1928 and 1948, and active oil wells, as well as 4 above-ground storage tanks that could have contained chlorinated solvents. If you put in the site address in the SWIMS LA County database, it flags up methane concerns should be tested. I spoke with the County of Los Angeles and DTSC representatives. They also agreed a soil gas survey would be of interest to see the spatial variability of petroleum hydrocarbons and chlorinated solvents and potentially methane in this project before construction starts. And that is my message to you today, to consider that. I have a blow-up of that area that shows those wells. I have 13, 14 copies to give to you. It shows it's right in the center. I mean, who knows what were in those waste lagoons? And I disagree with the previous speaker. I'm a licensed civil engineer. I've been an environmental consultant in Southern California for over 30 years. I'm on the editorial board of the Journal Remediation. I testify regularly on environmental exposure, environmental remediation, and investigation. And I think at a minimum, to protect the surrounding areas and the potential future residents of this property, a soil gas survey should be done. 15 points, 3 depths, 5, 15, and 10 feet below grade prior to any construction at this site. To leave anything in place does not characterize a priority, is not in the proper standard of care, and is wrong. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Go ahead.
My name is Joan Davidson. You're voting on huge changes at 2325 Crenshaw. You're rezoning from commercial to high density, 272 units of condominiums, and underground parking. Torrance just had a too toxic to trash day, but what's too toxic to trash is right under 2325 Crenshaw Boulevard. If you had stood and visited the site in 1940 through 1975 or so, 1980, you would have seen it for yourself. No one knows what's beyond the evidence provided, but they do provide that there are past petroleum productions at the site, above-ground storage tanks, an oil derrick, wells, waste oil, water ponds, in addition to other recognized environmental concerns. It's contaminated by disposal, surface impoundment. That means it was spread over the whole site. There are no records of any cleanup or activities on the site. Why isn't Torrance listening to the California EPA, which recommended to you to have them involved? The city of Torrance was asked to go into a standard voluntary agreement so that a proper evaluation of the project is completed. DTSC recommends that once it's assigned, they go review it for preliminary endangerment assessment. The report will summarize all existing data and provide an evaluation and possible risks to current and future users of the site. In 2002, the Tellurus Environmental Company reported on the parcel from Maple to Crenshaw Boulevard. It said, it contains drilling mud and or oil test pits, typically filled in place with native soil. Today, these pits contain partially solidified drilling mud, crude oil mixtures, as well as refuse, trash, wood, metal generated by oil drilling and production operations. They're not capped. Therefore, don't let people be exposed to chemicals that are simply too toxic.
Go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor Chen and honorable councilwomen. My name is Nancy Howard, and I'm an owner in the Tradewinds condominium complex. We had one meeting with the developer, and it was an introduction. I asked one question of Brent. He couldn't answer it at the time. He said he would call me back. Took my phone number. I never received a phone call. That was the last communication we had. I request that the council and the mayor tour the Crenshaw development. See where the new apartments will be located. I don't know if they're apartments or condominiums. The information is confusing to me. It was first apartments, now it's condominiums. But you need to see where it would be located in between the business park and the Tradewinds and the hotel. We have spoken with the business complex and the Marriott, and we all believe that there are several real issues that need to be addressed. I won't get into the environmental ones that have already been spoken. We're talking more now about the infrastructure, and no one has really spoken with the hotel or the business park. Only the Tradewinds, and I think the other condominiums behind on the other side. The layout we were provided does not contain sidewalks or bike lanes. There are 120 long-term parking spaces and.
Sorry, your time is up. Thank you.
Rolling chain. I'm also from Tradewin. First of all, there are several incorrect items I found, and I need to speak for all neighbors in that area. First of all, the schematics that's shown on the screen, there's no island or trees to the driveway towards the Sepulveda exit, and the schematics was wrong. Secondly, I just heard that the parking spaces was lowered down from original 466 to 61, At the moment, there's no parking, guest parking for the new condo. And on top of that, they have 120 bike parking. That means they're gonna have a lot of people running bikes. There's no bike lanes. And then I don't know what they're gonna do with those bike parking. And I just heard the developers, or somebody from their side, that they're gonna have 100. I forgot the number. Anyway, there's a lot of walkways needed for the pedestrian passing by through a Sepulveda entrance and exits, as well as to the Sepulveda exits. And there's no walkway at all.
Your time's up, sir. Thank you. I understand. You could always send an email later, but we'll probably it depends. We may make a decision tonight. We have to let the next, sir, your time is up. We gotta let the next person speak. But I think we got your message.
It's 7:52 p.m. Wrong. They never did any service on the traffic jam.
Sir, you cannot speak out in the public. We gotta let someone else speak.
My name's Richard Windish. I'm a 36-year resident of Torrance, 36 years of paying property taxes, and I'm also the president of the South Bayport Homeowners Association. We would have loved to have any one of you come to one of our meetings and talk to us about this. So when you say you talk to residents, we were available. We've got 142 units, homeowners that have been paying property taxes, but a lot of discussion of what the unit is. There's not as much discussion of how we get from today to when this is built. And that includes an environmental impact assessment, that includes soil surveys. I ask that you consider the people who are here, the people that have voted for you, the people that do business in Torrance, consider our safety, consider our health. My home borders the property. I will be directly affected by any noise, any soil, any contaminants, any methane, any of that. We're in the line of fire. So I ask that you do an honest assessment of what hasn't been done and make sure that you keep us safe. At the beginning of this, you said we pray for the well-being of the city. So I'm asking you to take the city into account, talk to the neighboring associations, come to a board meeting, find out what our concerns are, but why not ask for an environmental impact assessment? Why not do a full-up study and ensure that whatever happens between now and then keeps us safe? Thank you.
Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Melanie Hain, and I too am a South Bayport resident. My house is right next door to Rich's, and I agree with everything he said. It is going to impact us the most. My back wall is going to be the road that goes into the complex. That being said, I understand that you guys have accounted that property for building development, and I did work for Watt Homes. I worked for the president when everything was being built on Plaza Del Amo back in the 80s, so I'm familiar with that. I will be affected, just like all the rest of the residents, the most along with Rich Windish as well. But all that being said, I do understand that if it's not Rose Equities that's going to be building there, it will be another builder. And from all the buildings I see, I do think that their project is a better looking one than the one on Kaya, on Crunch on Lomita, or any of those other rectangular type buildings with atriums in the middle. So I have spoken with Rose Equities on many occasions, and they have taken up my concerns, and they have been working with me as a homeowner. Thank you.
Hi, I'm a concerned citizen, speak for a lot of people in my neighborhood. We are urging the city council to veto this project for a lot of reasons that are mentioned, but nobody talked about the impact it has on the traffic on Crenshaw and Sepulveda, which is already horrendous as it is. It's affecting our quality of life insofar that people are getting frustrated, road rage, they're cutting through our neighborhoods, going through stop signs, driving 45, 50 miles an hour. We live in a very long street, and I'm just waiting for any of the kids or elderly to be hit by those cars. This is all due to the traffic that's going on. Another reason I want to bring this up, Torrance is a charter city as far as I know, and why do we have to go along with the 15-minute city that's proposed from Sacramento? I don't get this. Maybe somebody can enlighten us. Over 2 million citizens, people, businesses have left California already. So what happened to all those places where those people lived? You're talking 2 million, we need to build more and impact the environment and our life around Torrance. The result will be that more people will move out of California, Torrance, California, and to seek greener pastures. If this continues, this density building all around us. So I will really urge in a...
Sorry, ma'am, your time is up. Thank you.
I have no problem with the proposed building. What I would like to ask as a resident and a 3-time cancer survivor is that there is an environmental impact. I've just been informed that Carrie Nicholson, who wrote to Brent Stoll on March 14, 2024, is not a professional engineer or a professional geologist. So I'm asking you to please listen to the experts. They know what they're talking about, and listen to the people that voted for you. We need to be safe. We don't have a problem with the complex or with the property going up. We have a problem with not being told what exactly is going to be done to keep us safe. I'm asking you as a mother, as a resident, and someone who votes for you to please take our concerns into account. That's all.
Go ahead, sir.
Hi, my name is Gary Cardinelli. Compromise on development size is normal between developers and the city and tries to balance the needs of the developer to make money and the needs of the community to have a project that fits in with the surrounding neighborhood. This developer has basically got what they proposed. At the March Planning Commission meeting, the response by the community was overwhelmingly negative, but no changes to the plans were made to accommodate the concerns. 2 planning commissioners swooned over the developer with platitudes. As the elected representatives of the city, don't forget your responsibility to represent your residents and do the right thing to forge a compromise on the size of this project. The density of this project may be the most dense project built in Torrance. The RENA housing plan proposed that this 5.5-acre parcel would be rezoned to medium-high residential with an expected density of 33 units per acre, even though the surrounding residential neighborhoods are all less dense. With bonuses, the density will be almost 50 units per acre, not 33, easily twice that of surrounding neighborhoods. Why would Torrance voluntarily rezone this property to medium-high, knowing that any proposal would far exceed all neighboring residential zoning previously built? And why was there no pushback from Torrance once the number of units was proposed? Where was the compromise here to have this fit in with the surrounding neighborhoods? Several of the buildings will be 70 feet high, which will be the tallest buildings in southeast Torrance. The recent housing corridor overlay does not allow building heights to exceed 50 feet. The city planner said that the project can have its own development standards written because it is over 5 acres. So the city will approve 70-foot tall buildings with no accommodation for the surrounding communities whose buildings are much lower. Why? Rose Equity said that the new units are 14 to 35% larger than average market residences. Why couldn't the developer compromise and reduce residence size so that the building height would be lower to fit in with the surrounding neighborhood? Traffic increase. A traffic study was completed for this project which indicated that 700 residents would only add 8 vehicle trips a day to overall traffic totals. Does anyone believe that? 700 residents and 500 cars are going to have a much greater impact.
Anyone else from the general public who wishes to speak, please come to the microphone.
Begovich. I've lived in Torrance since 1987. And at the last Planning Commission meeting, two of the individuals on that council said, I wouldn't want to be living where you are. What more can I say? You vote for this, you decide that you want to do what you want to do. I'm not opposed to the project. I'm opposed to the way that we were being treated. As individuals, we're being told, well, if you don't have this project, you're going to have something like Kaya. Well, if we don't have this project, maybe we would have something better. They're not the end all to it all. So I just want to tell you, you still need to take into consideration who your constituents are, where they live, and the impact it has on them emotionally, physically, financially, environmentally. Thank you.
Anyone else who wishes to speak?
Hi, I'm Andy Porchop, and I'm a little bit confused because I thought you're going to have to approve this project because SB9 and whatever, but now I heard somebody win the court case, and I don't know if it's permanent or not, so maybe you don't have to improve this thing or approve this. I'm sorry, my English. So you don't have to approve it because SB9. But, you know, I'm like a small business thinking person, you know. People forget, you know, every place to be healthy, unfortunately, you need population growth. So that's where you see cities where old geezers like me, you know, I'm old, I don't spend more money, I don't go out dinner, you know, I just sit home and, you know, waiting for the kids to egg my house. But you need population growth. Every city in America, that's the American way. Population growth, population growth. And thank you for not putting the time up for me. Anyway, unlimited time for pork chop. Anyway, so what I also would like to say is lots of people who spoke here, they bought houses on the same dirt what this building is going to be built. So because next door that was oil field and oil derricks and everything. And, you know, I'm for the project because, you know, you need more dinero, you know, more money coming in, more taxpayers, more trash pickup fees, no electricity, more everything, you know, your taxation, you know. So it's an excellent way to get more taxes out of people. More people is better. And I brought a little money, and I could put down some down payment for the low-income people, because, you know, I'm low income. I'm very low income, and I got a few dollars from, you know, returning cans. You know, I don't give it to the city. So I have some money, I can make a down payment. I could be the first resident there, you know, and I could rent out my house for $5,000, you know. So this is good for me, good for everybody. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else from the public who wishes to speak? Okay, I don't see any. Now I'm going to go to the council. At this moment, oh, actually, you're part of the proponent. Sorry. No, you're the proponent. If you are the you're the proponent. So if the council has questions for you, we'll ask from here. So I'm going to ask the public, as the council is asking questions or making comments, please do not make you know, loud remarks from the audience out loud, because we're just trying to do our best to deliberate here. Does any members of the council have questions? And looks like Councilwoman Lewis does. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. More of a statement than anything else. I just want to reiterate to members of the public that spoke that we did hear you. We have, I would venture to say, I can speak for everyone up here, visited the site several times during several different times of the day, including the evening, watched the traffic, met with some residents, met with the developers, met with the businesses that would be closest to Crenshaw, which is where I think the mayor referred to as the South Bay COG. I know that someone's mentioned something about a meeting with the homeowners association. I've not received an invitation to that at all. And also, didn't get through the 219 pages, but we did read the first 12 of the, or at least I did, that was submitted today. Now I'm going to send it back down to our wonderful planning department. I understand that in the item, which was a pretty lofty item, that there was a EIR completed on the city's behalf, correct? Or Danny?
Thank you, Councilwoman. Danny Santana, City Manager's Office. I'll take an attempt and I'll let the Community Development Department confirm. Councilwoman, a mitigated negative declaration was completed, which is a step prior to needing to proceed with an EIR only if a mitigated negative declaration cannot be realized. So if the impacts identified in the environmental analysis cannot be addressed through mitigation measures, then you would proceed to an environmental impact report. And staff's determination was that all impacts identified could be properly mitigated.
Right, and that was under the analysis portion of the environmental findings of the staff report done by CAGA Environmental Services LLC. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Perfect. And I know that Mr. Porkchop referred to SB 9, which is the anti-camping ordinance, but can we have the Community Development Department just to reiterate our obligation for the arena, meeting the arena requirements through the state and those plans that we don't have a choice to approve because of the developers meeting the density bonus?
Councilmember Lewis, Leo Orts, Community Development. To answer the first part of your question and statement, SB 9, just a correction, is for 2-unit projects and urban lot splits. It is a separate item from the anti-camping ordinance. There may be locally here in Torrance. But to speak on the second item in terms of regional housing needs assessment arena, that was included in the housing element update from 2021 to 2029 period. There is approximately about 4,900 and change, I forget the last 2 digits of that number, that the city does have to accommodate and show that that number of units can be built here in the city of Torrance. And that is through general plan land use designation amendments that would increase the density for different sites throughout the city, including this site that was identified as one of those locations where it could accommodate residential development. In addition to that, there are other obligations, commitments the city has made to implement within the next 8 years of that cycle. That includes zoning changes, new overlays, and things to facilitate housing in Torrance as well, including streamlining approvals. So this project would inch towards meeting the RENA numbers of that 4,900 units that need to be realized by the end of the 2029 period.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Councilman Sheikh.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a couple of questions for clarification purposes. Excuse me. From the staff, then I'm going to ask a couple of questions from the proponent. From staff, the findings of environmental study, it's pretty clear in the pages that the environmental study was done, and you did take all the measures to make sure the mitigation have been done as well. Could you please elaborate on that?
Councilmember Sheikh, Leo Orts, Community Development. That is correct. So the preliminary environmental analysis that was conducted by the outside consultant in the form of initial study did identify the need for mitigation measures to be incorporated into the project to reduce potential impacts to less than significant. Those impacts or those mitigation measures do address certain topics of environmental analysis, and I could read them through briefly. The first topic is biological resources, and that would be in the form of a tree survey or nesting survey to ensure that the mature eucalyptus trees that are on the site, when they are removed as part of the project construction demolition, they would not have any nesting or birds or raptors or migrant species that would be impacted by that. The next mitigation measure relates to cultural resources, and that is because the project does involve subterranean construction or digging to have a subterranean parking structure. There may be the potential for discovery of paleontological or other archaeological resources. This mitigation measure would require a survey and monitoring as well by professional archaeologists or paleontologists in the event there is a discovery of those items. The other items too would be related to geology and soils, and then this item here would also require is related to paleontological resources as well. And then there are hazards and mitigation measures that would also be incorporated into the project that would require a soil management be prepared by the applicant, and in the event there is any site contamination that is identified on the site, that would be treated or further evaluated to the extent of the contamination, and then measures would be identified at that time to how to address and handle the soil and remove from the site so that the construction can proceed. There are also mitigation measures related to noise. That would include the construction of a noise barrier along the perimeter of the project site, particularly to the north and to the west. For the residences that are to the north and south, that noise barrier would be approximately about 20 to 25 feet in height, depending on the location, and that is to attenuate the noise or lower the noise so that it does not exceed the decibel limits here per the Torrance standards and Torrance Municipal Code. And then lastly, there are mitigation measures related to tribal cultural resources. This is, again, back to the grading. In the event that there is any discovery of burial sites for Native American tribes that may have resided in the area, there would be a monitor and a survey conducted as well, and then those tribes would be contacted for proper treatment of the burial sites as well. And those are the mitigation measures that were incorporated into the project.
Thank you, sir. In fact, you answered 3 or 4 of my questions, so that's going to help save some time. You did mention about the noise, but you didn't mention about air mitigation. Some of the residents addressed about the mitigation for air quality. We will have some, do we have anything on this?
Council members, so as part of the environmental analysis, air quality and greenhouse gas emissions were analyzed and found that the emissions that would be emitted through the construction of the site, but also the operation of the project as a living unit, would not exceed the thresholds that are established through the regulatory environment, whether it be the state, county, or local levels as well. So there are no mitigation measures that would address, or there's no need for mitigation measures that would address impacts related to air quality and greenhouse gas emissions, because again, it does not exceed, the analysis that shows that the project would not exceed those thresholds.
Okay, thank you for additional clarification. Another question on that. One of the residents mentioned that there's a lack of walkway. There's no walkway at all. I'm not sure, what does that mean?
So in its current condition, there is no sidewalk or pedestrian connection from Crenshaw Boulevard along Park Del Amo, nor to the private drive out from Sepulveda Boulevard towards the project site. As a condition of approval and California Building Code requirements, the project applicant would be required to construct pedestrian connections or in the form of sidewalks, both from Crenshaw Boulevard and Sepulveda Boulevard. In addition to that, there are conditions of approval that would add landscape improvements to those pathways from the east, west, and north-south directions, so that the trees that were shown in the rendering on the PowerPoint presentation will be planted and installed at the time of construction.
Thank you. So sidewalk will be made for the safety purposes and others. Excuse me. Thank you. Do not like when interrupted my train of thoughts. Anyways, at this point, are there any outstanding natural features at risk, or we know of?
There are no outstanding natural features on the site, such as scenic vistas or any changes in topography that would qualify. There are existing mature trees on the site that would be removed as part of the project. But going back to that mitigation measure, there would be a nesting survey conducted to ensure that there are no migrant species with habitats on those trees at the time of demolition or construction.
If you look at the adjacent buildings, their heights are about 48 feet, which is similar to the height that we will have for this project. Is that correct? Or what's the deviation of height?
Council members, so the office buildings that are located towards the southeast direction are a bit taller than what's being proposed here for this project site. The way the project is designed, as noted in the PowerPoint presentation, was that it is sited where the lower building heights are orientated towards the north and towards the west direction, adjacent or near to those residences, the multifamily and the single-family residences, and the greater heights are sited towards the south to connect towards the more higher intense uses, including the office building and the senior living that is also along Sepulveda Boulevard towards the south.
So it does meet the characteristics of the neighborhood, in other words.
It bridges the gap between the single-family, two-story single-family residence to the north and the greater height buildings towards the south. It's a transition.
So we are addressing and mitigating the environmental impact. We're looking at the traffic issue. We're looking at the environmental issue. We didn't find any threat to the natural features. Thank you for elaborating that. I think there may be some misunderstanding. Mayor, I have a couple of questions from the representative of Rose Equities, the proponent. Thank you. How many meetings did you have, the outreach meeting with the community for this project?
I have my numbers here somewhere.
I know.
We had 19 in-person meetings, 25 phone calls, 21 emails, 7 visits to local businesses, and 34 letters of support.
And what did you address the concerns that you hear from the in-person meetings, your emails? Can you please elaborate the concerns that you hear and how did you address those concerns?
So there's concerns both through construction activity and then also as the transition goes from the single-family neighborhood to the project. As it relates to the construction activities, we have engaged all of the HOAs with the offer to develop a construction management and mitigation plan which will address the construction period to ensure that the process, including management of dust and noise, et cetera, is as least impactful to the communities as possible. And as it relates to the edge conditions between the properties, the closest properties, I mean, for instance, the Trademans properties, I think is about 150, 200 feet away. But the properties to the north of Verde and South Bayport, we're working on an agreement to install landscaping to address any kind of views. There's a debate over whether or not you're blocking the sun or you're blocking the views, but we'll work with them to develop a landscape plan for that edge condition to the north.
So you made quite a few adjustments to make sure you address the concerns the community raised.
That's correct. And I think the biggest adjustment, again, is from the very beginning, when we designed it, made the decision to tier the project going from 5 stories to 3 stories from the south to the north.
Okay. How many parking spaces are required and how many are you providing for help?
Projects of this sort, it's almost down to a science in terms of the amount of parking that's actually needed. It boils down to essentially 1 per studio, 1 parking space per studio, 1 parking space for 1 bedroom, 2 parking spaces for 2 bedrooms, 2 parking spaces for 3 bedrooms, and then you want to have a fair amount of guest spaces. And on this particular project, we erred on the large side of the range of guest spaces. I think there's 60 to 69 guest spaces, which again is the higher end of the range for this type of project.
Yeah, you're required to have 336 parking spaces, but you are providing 400 61 parking spaces. Is that correct, Oscar?
Councilmember Sheikh Leort's Community Development, that is correct. The project is required to provide 336 parking spaces, as she has stated, and then does provide 461 parking spaces, which is about 125 spaces more than required.
And how many parking spaces we have now? Just, I think you addressed that as well.
The professional office use that's existing on the site, and let me go back to the presentation slides, apologize. I do have that count.
Yes, I have that. You don't need to look back. The point is that even with this development, I think it will have more parking spaces. It is addressing the environmental issue, addressing air quality issue, addressing safety issues. One question from you, sir, about traffic. Did you address any of concerns for the traffic, and how are you planning on addressing?
So there's a traffic methodology process that, if you really want to get into that, I'll have one of the experts speak to that. But as it relates to the mitigation, none were recommended by the traffic study, and if there were, we would be happy to accommodate.
But the traffic study was done, right?
Yeah, but there was no improvements suggested as mitigations as a part of the traffic study.
According to the traffic study, that's wanted to hear that it doesn't require additional measures to adopt for this project. Is that correct understanding?
That's correct.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilman Kaji.
Thank you, Your Honor. And I also have some questions for the developer. First, as it relates to parking, looking at the presentation, are all the parking going to be located below surface, below grade?
Yeah, all of it's below grade with the exception of some parking spaces right in the front of the building for leasing. I think there's 4 or 5 right there at the very front, but the rest is underground.
So the plan is to excavate, and how many levels down will be built?
It's essentially 1.5 down.
By going below grade, how much does that increase the cost of construction?
Approximately $80,000 to $90,000 a unit.
A space?
Or a space, it's
parking space.
Yeah, it's 60,000 a space. So it depends how many units. Upwards of 90 to 100,000 a unit.
Is a space big enough to sleep on? I'm just joking. Sorry. Looking also at traffic, and this is not a question. I guess it's just an observation. Looking at the project that was built in the city of Lomita, at Crenshaw and Lomita, I think a concern that was reflected here was what the traffic impacts would be on that particular corner once that was completed. But it's been my observation talking to residents in the area, since many of the residents are working for our various healthcare institutions, our 2 hospitals, that their start times are staggered. So unlike other jobs, start at 8 and at 5, we don't see a lot of backup either going into or coming out of that project. So I don't know if that's a reflection of the change in work style that we're experiencing with more people working at home or in a hybrid situation, but would you foresee that also carrying through to this project once it's completed?
I mean, I think the standards that were used through the methodology represent more the traditional type of design, essentially pre-COVID. And the projects that we're seeing now, we have several projects throughout the Southland. It's basically about 40% of the people work from home, either part or full time now, which significantly changes the traffic patterns. How we study that has not been reflected yet through the industry. So there is a change happening. It's as it stands right now, I think it's going to be the benefit of all of the roads and all of our traffic, but that was not what was studied in this particular plan.
Okay, thank you. Next, I have some questions for staff. Looking at the history of this particular site in its current use, which is office, and also I believe 55 plus residential on Sepulveda. looking at the history going back to, is it my understanding that this project was built back in the 1980s for office use?
Councilmember Kaji, Leawards Community Development, that is correct. It was
Okay.
1989 was at the time when the site was developed.
So at that time in the 80s, did the city require environmental studies be conducted by that commercial developer?
Councilmember, that is correct, yes. So at that time, an environmental impact report was prepared for that development, the Park Del Amo development. And at that time, the report found that there would be no significant impacts or effects at the time, so they allowed the project to proceed.
All right. Okay, thank you. And then one of the residents who came up to speak invoked the name of Watt Homes, and that brings back the name of Ray Watt and some of the significant developments that the city has seen, both single-family tracts as well as townhouses. But thinking back to the history of that area, and everyone knows, I shouldn't say everyone, but the history of Torrance is one of oil wells and heavy industry. So I would imagine that for any projects that have come before community development, that environmental tests are of preeminent importance for anything.
That is correct, Councilmember. In addition, there are conditions of approval that the project must abide by or fulfill that would require additional testing and also surveys conducted and construction techniques and management to address any concerns there may be with site contamination or past history of the site use as oil wells.
All right, so to reiterate a comment made by the applicant, if in the course of excavation on the site, any sort of contamination is identified, then at that point, what would be the next steps that the applicant and the city would take?
So in the event that there is a site contamination identified on the site, then additional studies would be required as a condition of approval, where those studies in the form of a phase 2 would identify the extent of the site contamination and then the appropriate measures to address the contamination, how to handle it, how to remove it from the site. As part of the conditions of approval, the applicant at that time would then be required to enter into a voluntary agreement with Department of Toxic Substance Control, DTSC, to further evaluate the site and take the proper steps to meet all regulatory requirements for addressing site contamination.
All right. I believe one of the speakers mentioned maybe past uses and also any listings of the site under the, I guess, Water Quality Board. At present, is there any active monitoring on the site?
Not that staff is aware of.
Okay, thank you. And I think lastly, just an observation. I know that we've talked about RHNA, or Regional Housing Needs Assessment, in which the state of California mandates cities throughout the state to increase the number of low-income housing units. And our city is required, I think a total number is just below 5,000, but the bulk of those numbers include a significant amount of low-income housing. So looking at the projects that are coming for community development, and this particular one in which 15% of the total units are being reserved for low income, is this one of the projects among many that is helping us to meet that requirement?
That is correct, Councilmember. This is one of the many projects that are in the pipeline or on the horizon in terms of applications filed that would propose 100 to 200 plus apartment units or townhome developments, residential development, to meet the goal of the RHNA, the 4,900 and plus units that the state has allocated for the city of Torrance.
All right. I appreciate that set aside by the applicant, and no further questions.
Thank you, Councilman Kaji. I think between you and Councilman Sheikh, most of my questions got answered. Anyone else from the council has questions? Councilwoman Kalani.
Thank you, and I concur that Councilmember Sheikh, Kaji, and Lewis, thank you for your questions. It answered most of mine. Just wanted to talk about the road, the entrance from both Crenshaw and Sepulveda. It's my understanding there's some cross-access agreements to use those roads. Can you kind of explain those a little bit? Who will maintain them? Who will be responsible for those roads moving forward?
That's correct. So the site itself is landlocked or does not have direct access to any street frontage, in this case, Sepulveda Boulevard, Crenshaw Boulevard. So it is access across private properties to the east and west and south, to the east and south, through private access easements across those roadways. Those would be maintained as part of the project, and the developer in this case would be required to provide a copy of those easements prior to the issuance of building permits or grading permits as well.
Okay, thank you. And as far as during the, if there's a development process, where will the heavy equipment be coming from? Will it be coming from Crenshaw? Will it be coming from Sepulveda? Can you share that a little bit with us?
So as part of the, prior to the permit issuance for the construction of the site and grading demolition, there would be a construction management plan that would be prepared by the applicant and reviewed by the Building Safety Division of the Community Development Department to ensure that the site itself can be constructed in a manner that does not affect or impact those other properties in terms of siting heavy equipment and where the truck and the hauling would take place. The truck routes would be followed per what's already designated in the general plan, being one of them being Crenshaw Boulevard as well.
And then just finally, because all our other questions were answered, how is that going to be kept clear for emergency vehicles and to make sure that no access is reduced in any way?
So aside from what's already spelled out in the easements to maintain unobstructed access, it would be an obligation of the developer and applicant to ensure there's emergency access is provided at all times.
Okay, thank you. And just, I want to thank everyone in the department for being so accommodating in their time and the ability to answer all the questions that we all had. So thank you very much. Appreciate you.
Thank you. Any other questions or comment from council? I do have a couple that just came in my mind, I guess. I just want to make sure I heard earlier. There was some concerns from neighborhoods from trade wind in South Bay Port. Is that what they? This development in those near adjacent, I guess, homeowners, there's no direct vehicle or pedestrian passage that goes in and out through it, or is there?
Mayor, the site in its current configuration does not have direct access to the residences to the north.
Okay.
Primarily is access from the commercial properties to the east and to the south. There is a gate that is located to the west that could provide access to the multifamily residence to the west. Staff did take a look at it, consulted with the Torrance Fire Department as well, and determined that that access is not required. It may have been provided voluntarily at some time to allow the residences to the west to access this project site as well.
Okay, because I was just wondering why was there concern about sidewalks in a development that's not theirs. That I'm trying to understand that comment, but it's a totally different neighborhood. Okay, now within the development in the future, inside Torrance Del Amo, whether I'm looking at the site map or site plan, if I've been to some of those development, I guess it depends on developers. Do they want to have sidewalks in that area or not? That's a option.
Mayor, so it's not an option. It's actually a California Building Code requirement to provide on-site circulation, both for vehicles and pedestrians in this case, with connections to Crenshaw Boulevard and Sepulveda Boulevard.
Right.
So there will be pathways that are along the perimeter of the development and on-site as well.
Okay, so even within it too? You're talking about access to Crenshaw and access to Sepulveda. I'm just saying within the Torrance Del Amo itself, once you're in there.
There will be, yes. There will be a 30-foot wide drive aisle along the perimeter of the development.
Okay.
That is for emergency fire access to allow the trucks to access or circulate around the site. And in addition, there will be a sidewalk on top of the parking structure at floor level with the first floor.
So they're just concerned for someone else's neighborhood that they'll have sidewalk then?
They will have their own sidewalks.
Okay. All right. Just want to make sure I heard all the answers to that. I think Councilman Kaji asked about the the HOA and the excavation. Okay, I can give a council one last try. And anything else before I, Councilman Gerson?
This has been hard. I've been struggling over what to say because obviously I've only been up here a couple months, and former council member Griffiths was much better at talking about this issue. This is our district, and he spent a lot of time saying no and fighting on behalf of of our entire city when it comes to develop, especially the rules on housing, SB 9 and RENA, and he would do a much better job of talking about it. But we get to this, well, now it's affecting me and now I'm here, but as Torrance residents, we should all be much more engaged. When SB 9 and legislators from more urban areas have openly admitted that they are, taking on single-family neighborhoods with a lot of their actions, and without a lot of support from all of us, then they get to continue to do that because we don't spend a lot of time and pressure, even though Councilmember Griffiths did a lot through the California League of Cities and through his own organization. But as you said, we have over 4,900 units that we're required to bring, and I can't remember what was the number of low housing that were required under RENA.
Councilmember, we could take a quick look at the housing element. We can bring that number to you.
Thank you. Because that's been a number of years, and as Councilmember Griffiths said at his last meeting before my installation, at the time of my installation, we had not done any of the low-income housing requirement, and time is ticking. So, I worked at the Courtyard by Marriott there. I know that area very well. I didn't just live across the street. I know what it's going to look like. I've seen the pictures. And so I have very strong feelings for everyone who lives right there. And at the same time, I know our requirement. I also like what I heard from the developer in that this isn't just a build and sell. This is we're here. We're here to work with the community for a long time, and so they want to get it right because one success means that there will be a future success. Do we have that number?
Councilmember, we do. So as far as the overall RENA allocation, it was 4,939 units. Of those, the number of units for the income category of very low income, which is 50% the AMI or the area median income for Los Angeles County, is in the number of 1,621 units. This project would propose or provide 28 units, so that would get us just a little bit above under 1,600.
When did RENA take effect?
RENA itself is it's decades, but in terms of
our requirement, sorry.
The 2021 cycle, 2021 to 2029 cycle.
How many of the 1,621 have we built?
As far as for built, constructed, 0. Permitted, we're about to permit 17, probably in the next 2-3 months, of very low income. They'll be the first 17 units that we permit probably in the last 10 years.
So 17 plus 28 of 1,621. So, again, very difficult decision. Thank you, Mayor, for the time.
Great. I think all the questions, discussions have been done. I will, do we have a motion to close the public hearing?
Motion to close the public hearing.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Based on, I think what I'm hearing is, first, I'm going to ask the clerk for a number and title, please, before I ask to see if how this council wishes to proceed.
I would like to proceed with a motion to concur with the recommendation of the Planning Commission and the Community Development Director that the City Council deny the appeal and adopt the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 resolutions stated in the item.
Second.
Your Honor, I'll read the titles before we take a vote.
That's what I was thinking.
Your Honor, this is revised resolution number 2024-42, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, adopting a mitigated negative declaration for the Torrance Del Amo project in accordance with the California Environmental Quality Act. Revised resolution number 2024-43, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, approving a general plan amendment as provided for in Division 9, Chapter 2, Article 34 of the Torrance Municipal Code to allow an amendment to the land use designation from general commercial to medium-high density residential on property located in the P-D zone at 2325 Crenshaw Boulevard, APN 7359028-233, herein referred to as the Torrance Del Amo project. Adopt revised resolution number 2024-44, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, approving a conditional use permit as provided for in Division 9, Chapter 5, Article 1 of the Torrance Municipal Code to allow the construction of a 272-unit residential condominium development with density bonus on property located in the P-D zone at 2325 Crenshaw Boulevard, APN 7359028-233, herein referred as the Torrance Del Amo project. Adopt revised resolution number 2024-45, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, approving a planned development as provided for in Division 9, Chapter 1, Article 42 of the Torrance Municipal Code to establish development standards for a development plan for property located in the P-D zone at 2325 Crenshaw Boulevard, APN 7359-028-233, herein referred to as the Del Amo project. Torrance Del Amo project. And the last resolution is revised resolution number 2024-46, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, approving a division of lot as provided for in Division 9, Chapter 2, Article 29 of the Torrance Municipal Code to allow vesting tentative tract map for condominium purposes on property located in the P-D zone at 2325 Crenshaw Boulevard, APN 7359-028-233, herein referred to as the Torrance Del Amo project.
So to complete my motion, motion to adopt resolutions 2024-42, 2024-43, 2024-44, 2024-45, and 2024-46.
Do you need a second? Second?
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
At this moment, I just heard a request to take a 10-minute break, and so we will take a 10-minute break. Thank you, everyone, for your participation. Thank you, city staff. Thank you. We have returned from our break. We're on to item 10B, and that was also taken out of order. Now is the time and place for the public hearing on item 10B related to Torrance Lighting District number 99-1. Is there a staff presentation?
Yes, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of the Council. I'm Jessamine Q from Public Works. Item 10B has two recommendations related to the annual levy of assessments for the City of Torrance Lighting District 99-1 for fiscal year 2024-25. Conduct a public hearing on the proposed levy of assessments within the district and adopt a resolution confirming the diagram and assessments and ordering the improvements in connection with the district. The lighting district was established in 1999 and pays for street lighting citywide through assessments on parcels within the city. On May 21st, 2024, City Council approved 3 resolutions to initiate proceedings, approve the engineer's report, and indicate the city's intention to levy assessments for fiscal year 24-25 and setting a public hearing for this evening. The adoption of the resolution before you would order the assessments to be levied for fiscal year 24-25. The assessments are the same as last year and have been the same since 2000. Single-family residential properties would again be assessed $20.50 in fiscal year 24-25 or $1.71 a month. Assessments paid by property owners would pay for special benefits of street lighting only. The cost of street lighting in the district in fiscal year 24-25 is estimated at $1,866,272, a $59,277 increase from fiscal year 23-24. The increase is due to the increase in SCE rates. Assessment revenues are projected to be $1,388,608 in fiscal year 24-25. The balance of district costs would be funded by gas tax funds in the amount of $477,663 through the fiscal year 24-25 budget. That concludes my presentation.
Thank you. We'll now go take public comments on this matter. Each speaker will have up to 2 minutes. Madam Clerk, has anyone signed up?
Yes, Your Honor. James Henry.
I want to thank the mayor for moving up this agenda item 10B, the prime time. The lighting district number, city number 99.1. Sorry. I have 2 questions regarding this lighting district. How much total revenue to the city of Torrance does the formation of the lighting district 99.1 create? And how much of the total revenue is decreased by the SCE increase in rates for fiscal year 2024-25? The increase in SCE rates is referenced under analysis on page 2 of the lighting district report. Let me repeat those questions. How much total revenue to the city of Torrance does the formation of the lighting district 99-1 create? And how much of the total revenue is decreased by the SCE increase in rates for fiscal year 2024-25?
Sounds like a question. Does the staff have a response for that? I was almost going to say 0, but go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Craig Bilazarian from Public Works. I believe, if I understand Mr. Henry's first question, it's what is the revenue? And I believe that's found on page 3 of the item, where all of the assessments to the property owners, which include the city properties, is $1,388,609. That's what the city collects as revenue to offset the cost of the district. It's also consistent with the funding chart on page 1 of the item. As far as a reduction in revenue from an SCE perspective, SCE is an expense that we pay for the costs related to the district. So it doesn't decrease revenue. It's actually we collect revenue to pay the expense.
That's what I was thinking when I said zero. We actually don't make money. We have the assessment to keep the services back to the community. So really, I think what he was getting at was, are we making money on this? And in that way, we're providing the service. Would that be correct?
That would be correct from the extent that we are projecting costs through the fiscal year, and at the end of the fiscal year, if there's any surplus left over, it's carried over to the next fiscal year. And in some cases, that's happened where there's a very small amount of money.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else from the public who wants to speak on this item? You have 2 minutes.
Hi, this is Pork Chop. Let me start with a little history. When I bought my house, I think I paid like $8 on my Edison bill for street lighting, you know, because I thought it was free. Because I find out, you know, when the light went out for months, I did not have light, and I looked into the thing, and I find the charge $8 a month. And now Edison was providing the street lighting. So this is the biggest elephant dung I encountered in your history. What is this does? So I paid $20 for you, and what did I get for $20? What do I get for $20? This is the biggest bull roar. You know what I mean? This is the biggest dump I ever encountered. You're charging the resident, and you said you don't make money. Let me tell you, you make $1,866,000 profit, because I don't get nothing for this. I get nothing for this but smelling your elephant dung, you know, because I had this for $8 a month. Now I pay 20 plus the other whatever Southern California charge. When did you change the light bulbs front of my house? Because I saw Southern California Edison changing it. Huh? Where did you replace the cables what they stole in the middle of the night? Huh? So why I'm paying $20 for? Huh? What I'm paying $20 for? For nothing. For nothing. For your $2 million income. You can answer the question.
I was just waiting for your time is up to give you your complete 2 minutes. I don't know, staff, any comments?
Yes, Your Honor, I'd like to point to page 2 of the item at the top. There's a paragraph called special benefit, and it's designed to explain to the residents that for the benefit or to the assessment that's assessed to property owners, it's exclusively for the special benefit, which in this case is the direct street lighting benefit to a property and to its owner or users based on the existence of street lighting designed to illuminate the roadway and sidewalk adjacent to the property. So this is a safety measure throughout the community to illuminate the roadway and the sidewalk at night. It is a special benefit that is assessed appropriately.
Appreciate it. You said it much better than me. I was going to go with the Motel 6 line. We'll keep the light on for you.
And to clarify, I believe the gentleman that was speaking may be referencing electricity at his home under a separate metering system. These streetlights are not metered, so our cost is on a property tax roll, and that's where it's paid.
Okay. It's all right. Anyone else from the public who wishes to speak on this item? Okay, I don't see any, so I'll take a motion to close the public hearing.
So moved.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. City Clerk, may I have a number and title, please?
Yes, Your Honor, this is resolution number 2024-4, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, confirming a diagram and assessment for fiscal year 2024-2025 in connection with the City of Torrance Lighting District number 99-1 pursuant to the provisions of the Landscaping and Lighting Act of 1972, Part 2 of Division 15 of the California Streets and Highways Code, and as provided by Article 13D of the California Constitution, And one moment, Your Honor, I want to check. There was a mistake in the title on my document. It should be 2024-41.
I'll take a motion to adopt the resolution as shared by City Clerk.
Motion to adopt Resolution 2024-41.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. Now we're going to go to the administrative matters, starting with item 9A. From the Finance Director, is there a staff presentation?
Yes, Your Honor. Jason Nishiyama for the Finance Department. Item 9A, is a recommendation of the Finance Director that City Council approve a program modification to add a 0.5 full-time maintenance worker position to the Community Services fiscal year 24-25 operating budget. As you may recall, during the April 23rd City Council meeting, your honorable body provided direction to establish a off-leash dog park at Columbia Park. The addition of a maintenance worker position will enable proper maintenance and upkeep of this dog park. The cost of adding the position to the budget will be $29,203 annually. At this time, we request your approval of the program modification to add the 0.5 full-time equivalent maintenance worker to the budget. I'm available for questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there anyone from the public who wishes to speak on this item? You have 1 minute. Please come to the microphone.
Okay, this is Andy Porchop. Believe it or not, I'm 100% for this money. It's not too much money, but I think if you find somebody to pick up the dog poop and clean that place clean, that's a money well spent. Because you know, dog owners not as nice as they claim themselves. So I'm all for this one, and I'm very happy they have a dog park because people don't like the dog parks, but you know, because they complain about the poop. You know, if you go to the most beautiful park, the dolphin park, it's down at the ocean, the stench, you know, even the people putting those dog dung in the bags still stick like hell. You know what I mean? So if you find these people who clean this up, go for it. Thank you very much. I yield my time.
Anyone else want to speak on this item?
Hi, it's me again. I just wanted to offer another suggestion in addition to the full-time worker, because that's good that we hire somebody. But I was thinking that if people could do community service, you know, maybe people, you know, get arrested and they have to do like public service, they could help clean up the parks and everything too. That's all. Or kids in school, extra credit, whatever they can. That's all. I just wanted to say that.
Actually, I think that's a great idea. Scouts are always asking for projects. Anyone else from the public who wishes to speak? All right. How does the council wish to proceed? Oh, I didn't see anyone click in. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Shin, for presentation. A couple of clarifying questions. Number one was, have we decided which part of the Columbia Park will have dog park located? I think we talked about that, but I just can't.
Good evening, Councilmember Sheikh, John LaRock, Community Services Department. The area selected for which we have a bid that closes tomorrow, actually, to build the dog park. It's the grass area that's northeast of the park, next to the community gardens, which has close access to parking lot A along Prairie Avenue.
And please refresh my memories. I thought we will have 2 or 3 parks in the city of Torrance, or we're going to have only 1 park?
We got approval for one as a pilot to see how it goes, and then we will determine course of action from there with your honorable body's input.
Thank you for reminding it. And this 29,000 will be only for Columbia Park.
Yes, this part-time employee will be dedicated to Columbia Park for both the dog park and general park upkeep.
Okay. So if the pilot program succeeds, then we're going to expand that and hire more part-time work.
Thank you, Councilmember. Yes, if the council's direction is for additional dog parks, staff would perform the same analysis in terms of any staffing that may be needed to implement the new parks.
Last question. How was decided to have a northeast part of Columbia Park close to the parking, just out of curiosity?
It's currently the most inactive space in the park, and its proximity to the parking lot allows us to not have to perform any access or ADA compliant access from available handicap spaces.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Thank you, Mayor.
I think Councilman Tucci is ready. Do you have a motion to concur with the recommendation?
I do. So you got more questions? Okay, I was gonna say.
That's a second.
Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Moving on to item 9B from the City Manager and Community Service Department. Is there a staff presentation?
Good evening, Your Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council, John LaRock, Community Services Director. Tonight, we're presenting a request to your honorable body to award a contract services agreement to City Guard Incorporated of West Hills, California, to provide unarmed security guard services. The city's contract with its current provider expires on June 30th, 2024. In advance of the expiring contract, staff issued a request for proposals and received 18 qualified responses. Following extensive review and rating by staff, including a mandatory job walk for all proposers, City Guard was identified as the most qualified firm. Attachment A to the report is a proposed agreement with City Guard for a 3-year term through June 30th, 2027, for a not-to-exceed amount of $546,415.44. The vendor will provide deployment at the same locations that are currently serviced. Those are the City Hall main entry with 1 guard, City Council chambers for City Council meetings with 2 guards, the Katy Geyser Library with 1 guard, and the Torrance Farmers Market with 1 guard. Staff recommends that your honorable body approve the contract with City Guard for security guard services. Thank you. We're available for questions.
Thank you. Any members of the public who wish to speak, please come to the microphone.
This is Pork Chop again. I'm for kind of this item. I just don't understand if we have 2 armed police officers providing security here. Why do we need 2 more unarmed security? And the security guards has to call the police. So like we have the police here, why do we need somebody to call the police? So why do we pay for? You know what I mean? So policemen, armed, know the laws. I mean, kind of know the laws. And security guard who cannot do nothing. Security guard cannot touch me. Security guard only does call the cops. That's what their job. So why pay somebody here to call the police when the police already here? Hello? Why? Why? Why buy a cow when you have the milk?
Mayor?
Yes, go ahead.
Danny Santana, City Manager's Office. To add to Director LaRock's comments, the council chamber's security guard service is one of the many elements that this contract will cover. It also covers the security guard over the course of the day, supporting the Katy Geyser Library and the Torrance Farmers Market. The benefit of having unarmed security supplement the police support here is it frees up our officers so they could actually be out patrolling the streets rather than occupying their obligations here more than they already do.
Thank you. Anyone else from the public who wish to speak on this item? Okay, if not, any members of the council have comments or on this item? Councilman Sheikh.
Thank you, Mayor. And I want to thank staff for the presentation, and I have a couple of conversations with Mr. LaRock, getting some information, and thank you for providing me the detail. for community awareness, how would you measure the performance for these security guards? You know, like let's say in a year from today, we see how well did it perform. What's the criteria? If there are any preventative measures, so if you could please elaborate.
Thank you, Councilmember Sheikh. John LaRock, Community Services. We are in constant contact with the supervisors that provide the security guards and their training. The guards are typically repeating at the deployments over time, but they do change. And so the vendor is required to provide equitable training across all of the guards. And because all of these sites are also represented by staff presence, there is daily evaluation of their performance. And so if we have feedback, as we have always done, with their work at any of these locations, we're able to provide that feedback to the vendor in real time and request any adjustments necessary in training or behavior on the job site.
Thank you, sir. This is a 3 years contract. So is that we're going to do a little evaluation in a first year, the closing of first year, and see if can we not renew the next 2 years, or is that something like that in the contract?
Thank you, Councilmember Sheikh. The contract is for 3 years. It also has 2 one-year extensions available at the city's discretion if it wishes to extend it for a 4th or a 5th year. We don't have in the contract an annual evaluation period because, again, we are with these people on a daily basis at most locations or a biweekly deployment at the farmer's market. So we're able to, again, evaluate and provide feedback in real time. So if we have a request to make of the vendor for improved performance, we're doing that on a daily basis.
Your Honor, and Councilman Danny Santana, City Manager's Office, on the bottom of page 25, there's an additional ability for the city to be able to cancel service at a particular location and contract the support of another vendor should the city experience a change in needs or lack of positive performance. So although we may not be able to cancel the entirety of the contract, the city does have the ability to make an amendment to specific services delivered at particular locations.
Thank you, Mr. Santana. This is the first time we are contracting through city guard, correct?
Yes, they will be a new vendor for our security services.
So how much or who, well, let's not talk about who, how much did we pay last year for this contract?
With the current vendor, the 23-24 price was $108,000.
So if we, how many guards they're going to be providing us?
It's the same deployment, so it's 5 guards total.
So if I'm understanding, last year we paid $108,000, and if we divide 546 by 3, it's about $182,000.
That's correct. It's $182,000, $138.48 per year.
So that's pretty significant increase.
Yes, Councilmember, the pricing for the original contract that we're in now, which is expiring, those prices were set at the initiation of the contract now 5 years ago, and training costs and so forth by the vendor.
When the current contract will expire?
June 30th of this year.
So we don't have time to go back and find some more reasonable prices because that's pretty high.
Well, part of the criterion for the rating was affordability, and City Guard did score very high in that factor. But there is not time to do another request for proposals and have any bridge of service.
We can get an extension from the existing contractor for a couple of months and see if we can get better rates?
If that's your council's direction, we can certainly explore that at the vendor and report back.
Mr. LaRock, let me just chime in very quickly.
Please.
On page 2 on the bottom, page 2, you have a list of vendors. I guess you basically did what Councilman Sheikh is already asking. Would that be correct?
Your Honor, that's correct. A total of an RFP was released, I believe, in February, or issued on March 7th. And then on April 11th, the city received a total of 18 proposals. City Guard, which price was a consideration, had the highest score and was considered to be the most responsible bidder.
Right, because I see that number 3, the Hollywood Elite was a 202, but I think based on the weighting factor, they did not make the cut, looks like.
Your Honor, you are correct. Pricing is an important component, but it is not the only component. And despite being $350,000 less, there were other considerations that led staff to recommend a higher ranking for City Guard and then All Tech Industries above Hollywood Elite, who was actually, All Tech was about $32,000 more than City Guard.
Thank you.
About that in detail, and yes, there were 18 proposals, but I still believe that is a huge jump from 1 year to this year, and for 5 security guard, and the farmer's market, there's only 2 days that we use those security guards. Considering that, I think I would propose that if we could request our staff to explore more, unless they feel that with the 18 proposals they received, they won't get any better pricing on that until they really are certain about that. Then I would be okay. But as you see, the concerns are it's about 80-90% increase. I just want to address that. Any directions?
Councilmember, this is how the market responded to the services requested. So according to this industry, this is the cost of doing business in providing our services. City Guard had the most breadth of experience working for a municipality and specifically had experience working libraries, farmers markets, and city council meetings, as well as all the general training and services they provide, which is why they scored the highest in terms of capacity, training, customer service, and so forth. As Assistant City Manager Santana mentioned, any of the vendors who had a lower price was a you get what you pay for issue because they did not have the capacity or the experience or the training platform and all the other things that we required and judged them on in the rating system.
Your Honor, Danny Santana, City Manager's Office. I'd also add that 18 responses is a very strong response for requests for proposals. Anybody who is a player, for the most part, likely submitted. It is just whether they rose to the top of the ranking. So the City Manager's Office continues to recommend that the City Council do proceed with an awarding of contract as identified in the item.
Understand, yeah. I think all of us are all concerned with what the prices has gone up with almost everything we do. So, Councilman Sheikh, I'll let you continue until you're done.
Thank you, Mayor. Last question on this. What will happen to the workers that are here now? Are they going to?
The city staff has already pre-requested that City Guard offer the opportunity of employment to the daytime security guard. He's our friend Kevin, as we all know him and love him. So we hope that he certainly takes that opportunity, and he has been made aware of that opportunity as we change vendors. All the other staff that are deployed are rotational, and we don't have the same relationship with them as we do Kevin. So we are not going to be asking anyone else to continue, and also because we're seeking an upgrade of service from the other sites.
Just a request for future, Mr. Rock, if we could also, anytime we present something, please also mention how much we spent last year so we have some understanding how much increase. We'd certainly appreciate that. But thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilwoman Lewis.
Not much of a question, but Mr. LaRock answered it. I was going to ask what we were going to do with our current security personnel at the front desk that always gets great compliments from all of our city visitors. So that makes me happy that that was taken into consideration. So with that said, I'd like to make a motion to approve item 9B.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Moving on to item 9C from the Public Works Director. Is there a staff presentation?
Yes.
Yes, Your Honor. Good evening. I'm Beth Overstreet from Public Works. Item 9C before you tonight seeks council approval to adopt a resolution that identifies the residential pavement improvement project I-159 for fiscal year 24-25 to be funded by SB1, which is the Road Repair and Accountability Act. These funds will be applied towards street improvements in residential areas citywide to perform necessary pavement repairs for the 24-25 fiscal year. Pavement repairs may be a slurry seal application to help preserve the pavement, or a grind and pave if pavement conditions have deteriorated beyond what a slurry seal can actually preserve. As part of the requirements of the resolution before you tonight, the city provides preliminary locations that will be funded in part or solely with SB1 funds. Other neighborhoods may be identified as the design phase progresses, as there are other funding sources available within the overall project budget. I will say that our current citywide residential pavement improvement project for fiscal year 23-24 had 2 neighborhoods identified for SB1 funding, and even though all the streets were prescribed a grind and pave due to their deterioration, a 3rd neighborhood was able to be added to the final design for that project. I say all that just so you know that even though an area may not be on the preliminary map now, that's not to say that the final design may not include additional areas for improvements.
Beth, can we interrupt real quick?
Thank you, City Attorney. Your Honor, on this item, there may be a couple council members that are within the conflict area.
Yeah, I was going to let Beth finish before.
From past experience, I believe the city attorney always recommends that we have the council members taking a recusal, leave the dais, and then start over.
Correct. So if people are going to recuse themselves, we want to do it before we start the item. So if anyone's going to recuse themselves, we'll have them do that now, and then we'll start the item over. You're welcome, Beth.
Okay, well, we just hit the reset button just now.
Reset.
Okay, we're on item 9C from the Public Works Director. Do any council member want to take the option to recuse themselves?
There's a list.
Okay, Councilman Gerson, you're up.
Thank you, Your Honor. I need to recuse myself. I live within 500 feet of one of the areas listed.
Thank you. Councilman Matucci.
Thank you, Mayor. I also live within 500 feet of one of the projects listed.
Thank you. Councilman Kadri.
I too must recuse myself, thank you.
Okay, I think now we're just down to bare bones, Hal. Now this item's getting interesting now. 1, 2, 3, 4.
So we have a quorum, and then Mrs. Overstreet can start over again.
All right. Beth, if I hope
You're doing great, Ms. Overstreet. Let's do it again.
That's right. We're looking for a grand slam now.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Yeah, okay. Good evening, Mayor and remaining council members. I'm Beth Overstreet from Public Works. So the item before you tonight is a request to adopt a resolution. This is to receive SB1 funding from the state. This is going to cover pavement repairs, and it can be in the form of a slurry seal. It can be in the form of a grind and pave. I just wanted to let you guys know that, yes, the map that the council members recused themselves from, that is what we have identified to be funded either in part or solely by SB1 funds, but that's not to say that additional areas may not be added later on, because we do have other funds within the overall project. This is just for the resolution of the SB1 funds. So in addition to the request for the approval of the resolution, there are 2 appropriations that are also requested. The first one would allow the city to fully utilize all of the SB1 funding that the state has projected for fiscal year 24-25. The state releases their projections every year in January and in May. So back in January, we thought we were going to get about $3.45 million, and that's what went forward in the capital budget. When they released the projections in May, it was actually $3,803,686. So in order to fully utilize that increase in the projection, we're asking for the difference of that. So that's an increase of $353,686. The second appropriation is to capture additional SB1 funding that was received in prior years above and beyond what the state had projected. So every year we come forward and we ask what the state is projecting to be appropriated to the project. But we do get checks every month, and it's not always that exact amount. Most of the time it's a little bit more. So we want to also capture those additional revenues that are available. And so that's the second appropriation for $575,000. The combined surplus revenues amount to a total appropriation of $928,686. And that's going to be applied towards street improvements in residential areas citywide to perform necessary pavement, curb, gutter, and sidewalk repairs for the 24-25 fiscal year. I appreciate your consideration of this item, and I'm available for any questions you may have.
Thank you. Appreciate the staff. You guys looking for all the money we can get to take care of our streets here. Do we have any comments? Anyone from the public wish to speak on this item? Please come to the microphone. You have 1 minute.
I am very happy our great states giving back the money to us to pave the roads, and supposedly you have to use the money for paving the roads. I just would like to complain about my area. You know, a very frequented road was supposed to paved like 3 years ago, and you approved the budgets and they did not pave it. And the other roads, what they paved with this stupid sewer water construction, they touring it up. So paving is needed because you know, I don't like to complain, as you know, but the roads are terrible. The roads are in worse condition since I came to America, or in Torrance. You know what I mean? And that was in mid-80s. These are the worst road. Thank you very much, and please fix them, okay?
Boy, didn't we give him the pork chop? Okay, next speaker.
That was blown money, the pork chop. That was $100,000 you wasted.
I'm just curious, a couple of you know where I live, and I was just wondering if my street is included in that, and if not, when will my street be included? Since we're heading for a sinkhole at the end of it.
Your Honor, Danny Santana, City Manager's Office. I do not know where the speaker lives, but the attachment A does identify.
I was trying to figure it out. I can't see it. A couple.
Well, the attachment A shows north of Del Amo. So if you know where you live, if you're not north of Del Amo, then you're not in it for this one.
Hopefully I'll be in it for the next one, maybe.
Yeah, your turn will come. I think I know where you live, but that's why I asked.
Yeah, I just can't figure it out here.
Right. Well, like I said, it's north of Del Amo. Okay. Anyone else who wishes to speak? All right. Looks like Councilwoman Lewis is ready to make a motion, so I'll take a number and title. Oh, okay. Councilman Sheikh.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Belazarian. I spoke with you on this item as well. Just for understanding, I really appreciate the hard work that you guys do to secure so much funding. It's not easy. I know that to look for funding and then keep on looking at it, it's a huge task, and I want to commend and thank you for keep on securing and appropriating funding. Any opportunity you see, just grab it. Thank you for doing this, to you and your team. My question is, from 2017 through 2023-24, we have a revenue. This means we didn't use that funding for $575,000, correct?
My understanding is that money was not made available to us from the state until we just recently became aware of it. So it's money from prior fiscal years that the state advised us that is now available to the city of Torrance. And so we're taking advantage of that money now for fiscal year 24-25, which would be next fiscal year.
Oh, I see. So the entire 900,000 is made available now, and we are planning on designating the area as it is required by the state, so we can utilize those $950,000.
That's correct, Councilman. So we are required annually to identify the areas that, or streets within areas that we anticipate using the SB1 money for, which is what we're complying with tonight and what we've done in the past. And then there is other funding included in the capital budget that is part of the I-159 project. So this map ultimately, when the project is designed, will expand to include streets not funded with SB1, if that makes sense.
Yes, exactly. That was my follow-up question. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Zarian.
You're welcome.
Councilwoman Kalani.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a quick comment, and thank you for your time as well yesterday answering my questions. But we didn't talk about trees.
So we can talk about trees. So with these projects, as we do with any, whether it's the curb gutter sidewalk or the CDBG project or arterial streets, residential streets, if there is an existing city tree that is damaging sidewalk or curb and gutter, and after an evaluation by our city arborist, it's required to remove the tree, there is a plan to replace the tree with the project. So after all the concrete repairs and street repairs are done, at the end of the project, we go and install the trees. Most of the projects that we've done have had a net positive. There's an increase to trees citywide. In addition to that, there was a council-approved effort to do an additional 4,000 trees, 7,000 trees over 4 calendar years. And so we're going to be doing those as well. So lots of trees coming.
Thank you. I appreciate you sharing that with us.
Thank you, Councilwoman.
Okay, I think at this moment, I'm going to ask the city clerk for a number and title, please, and then I'll take a motion to concur with the recommendation of the Public Works Director to adopt the resolution and appropriate funds.
Your Honor, this is resolution number 2024-40, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, adopting a list of projects for fiscal year 2024-25 as funded by SB1, the Road Repair and Accountability Act of 2017.
Make a motion to approve Resolution 2024-40 and accept the SB1 funding.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carries with council members Gerson, Kaji, and Matucci recused.
All right, thank you. Councilwoman Kalani is going to bring the 3 council members back. Welcome back, gentlemen. We almost didn't get your streets upgraded, but we passed, fortunately.
Did it sound good now?
Moving on to item 9D from the Public Works Director. Is there a staff presentation?
Yes, Your Honor. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Andy Darlick with Public Works. Item 9D is a recommendation of the Public Works Director that City Council authorize a sole source purchase order with Ferguson Waterworks of Poway, California, for an amount not to exceed $6.5 million for 26,500 Neptune advanced metering infrastructure water meter registers. Torrance Water currently uses AMR or radio read registers to collect meter reads for billing purposes. This requires an operator to drive the meter out where the data is sent by radio frequency to a computer mounted in the vehicle. That data is then downloaded and transferred to our billing company where the bill is created. The new AMI registers transmit the data through a cellular signal directly back to the network, eliminating the need to drive routes weekly. AMI registers will allow customers to view their usage daily through a customer portal on their mobile device or computer, eliminating the need for an operator to drive to the location to download the data. Customers can quickly check water usage and detect leaks which can save money and prevent costly repairs and damage when leaks go undetected. If approved tonight, we expect a 2-month lead time on the first order, and we will begin to work with Neptune to get the customer portal online. Employees currently providing these services will be reallocated to preventative maintenance and repairs on the aging water infrastructure. Funding is available in FEEP 1183. Thank you. I'm available for any questions.
Thank you. Are there any members of the public who wish to make a comment on this item? Please come to the microphone.
I was home when they changed the original meter, you know, the old-fashioned ones, and they even gave it to me. I just don't know where did I put it. Those were working perfectly and did not have to be replaced. Just the main purpose was to be replaced. This is new modern system. You know what I mean? So besides that, people lost their job. You know, the people who read the meter. Now here we are. You have to change it again, spend millions of dollars. You know what I mean? So I don't think it's worth the convenience, you know. Like if I'm not home and my water is running and I gonna look it up, you know, if my water is leaking, all this technology BS, you know. Just like you go to the grocery store and, you know, if the computer breaks down, then nobody buys anything. So I don't think that was a good idea at the first place.
Anyone else from the public who wishes to speak on this item? Okay, I'll come to the council. Councilman Matucci.
Thank you, Mayor. I just have a quick question on the replacement of the meter. If there's any movement, like an old galvanized main line going into a house, what happens if we like spring a leak on the residence side?
So this will be registered changes only. We will not be changing any meters. Back in 2013, when council approved the first AMR change, we went 100% Neptune meters. So our system is 100% Neptune.
Also, they're pre-wire. I mean,
Yeah, there's two components. There's a meter body, which you're describing,
Okay.
and then there's a register that goes on top. So we're just going to disconnect the register and put a new one on. The meter body will stay in place.
Okay. So I misunderstood this completely. I thought we were actually changing the whole meter itself, not just the register. Okay. Oh, that's good. All right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Councilwoman Kalani.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you again to Public Works for speaking to me on this item. It's my understanding, just for public awareness, that the current meters have reached their expectancy, I guess.
That's correct. There's a 10-year warranty, and we put them in 2013, so a lot of them the batteries are going out. We're replacing them. We have a few hundred of these AMI registers as a pilot program, and they're working. They're transmitting correctly.
Very good, thank you. I just wanted the public to know. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Sheikh.
Thank you, Mayor. On a similar note, sir, the Neptune 360, the new meters that we're going to have, AMI, requires different subscription for software?
No, it'll transmit to the Neptune 360 that we're already using.
Okay, so you don't need to spend extra funding for software upgrade or anything?
Not for the software upgrade. For the cellular registers, there's a small annual fee that will be continuous for the register itself, since it does have cellular data.
So we don't need to, because these are subscription amount, right? Neptune, they're subscriptions, but they do require an upgrade or something for.
We have an annual fee for the Neptune 360 that we're already paying for. That will stay the same going forward. But now with the AMI register, since there is a cellular data, there's a small fee of under $9 a year.
And that amount is not part of this amount that we're presenting today?
Not in this amount, no. Once they're installed, then we'll be charged.
Then we'll be charged.
Yes, correct.
Okay. Do you know roughly how much will that be additional?
It's under $9 a year. I believe it's $8.45 per register a year, so less than $1 a month.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mayor.
All right. I think at this point, I'm going to take a motion and concur recommendation with the Public Works Director.
Make a motion to concur with recommendation by the, wait a minute, I have, okay, by public, accept the recommendation.
I second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. Moving on to 9E from the Finance Director. Is there a staff presentation?
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Rashida Johnson, Risk Management Finance. Item 9E requests council's approval to renew our excess liability coverage from PRISM at a premium not to exceed $3,957,200 for 1 year starting July 1st, 2024, continuing through July 1st of 2025. This coverage includes employment practice liability, law enforcement's liability, public official errors and omissions, property damage and bodily injury. Last year, we paid $2,754,822.
Thank you. Anyone from the public who wishes to speak on this item, please come to the microphone.
Up again, I just speak because I don't want people to think that nobody gives a hoot. As I just heard it, it was like 25% increase in this fee. You know, I mean, I just can't believe it. You know, you're raising everything, and it's going to come back to us. You know what I mean? So, I don't know, 25% increase, it's kind of a steep to me. You know what I mean? I would say that that's like price gouging. You know what I mean? Because the same building, same officers, the same government officials and whatever. So what is the reason to go up 25%? Just because you're going to vote for it. And just because we're going to have to pay for it. You know, so I just can't believe what's going on here, you know? Anyway, so that's going to be good to pay for this extra.
Anyone else from the public who wishes to speak on this item? If not, I'll go to the council. Anyone from the council who has a comment or a question on this item? Councilwoman Lewis.
No question, just a statement. Welcome. I think this is your first presentation in your new position in front of council.
Yes, thank you.
All right. And with that, I'll make a motion.
Go ahead.
Make a motion to approve item 9E.
Second.
Start voting, please.
Thank you.
Councilmember Matucci. Thank you. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. I think none of us like price increases on insurance, but it's like all the other items. They got us by the throat. Huh? Item 9F has been deferred. Moving on to 9G. From the city attorney, is there a staff presentation?
Yes, Your Honor, briefly, this is just a recommendation of the city attorney that the city council approve a third amendment to the fee agreement with the law firm of Liebert Cassidy Whitmore in the amount of $70,000 for a new not to exceed amount of $320,000, which is providing legal services for a civil service appeal.
Thank you. Anyone from the public who wishes to speak on this item?
This is Porchop again. So this is like not a big amount. So you voted for the previous one for $1 million. Yes. So why do you even bring this up as an item? Not talking about on the consent calendar, you had millions of dollar expenditures and nobody talked about it. Nobody bring it up. So why do we bring up $30,000 extra or $50,000 extra. That's nothing to the taxpayer. It's like $1 a day, or $1 a year, just $1 for everyone. Why do we waste time and money with this? This is nothing. Bring up the $1 million items, okay?
All right. That was 1 minute times how many dollars per hour? Anyone else from the public who wants to speak on this item? If not, anyone from the council? If no questions, I'll take a motion to concur with the recommendation of the city attorney.
So moved.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Okay, I'm taking a look over there at Mr. Santana. I think we have a couple of items.
Yes, Your Honor, there are 2 remaining items on closed session.
Okay, so let's do this. I'm gonna do this. We're gonna do the second orals first, and then we'll go do the take on the 2 closed session items. So we're moving on to oral communications number 2. This portion of the meeting is reserved for comments on items not on the agenda. Under Ralph and Brown Act, City Council cannot act on items raised during public comment, but may respond briefly to statements made or questions posed, request clarification, or refer the item to staff. Speakers can only speak during oral communications number 1 or oral communications number 2, and no longer than 1 minute per speaker. Time starts when you come to the microphone. And are there anyone who has not spoken in oral communications 1? Please come to the mic now.
Hello. Last week I saw a blurb on the news about Canine Tango of our Torrance Canine Force, about him, or I don't know if it's a him or her, I'm sorry, found a woman who stole a bottle of alcohol, sniffed her out, and found her. So I thought it would be nice to reward Canine Tango with a little goodie. And then I thought, why should I just do that when I think, Canine is part of a team. So I got these little treats for Tango to give to his or her other buddies, along with a PetSmart gift card. So that when they go shopping, because a little birdie told me they go to PetSmart.
Thank you very much. And I think it's safe to say Tango and the team thanks you.
Yeah.
Woof, woof.
Woof, woof.
All right. Anyone else from the public who has not spoken in oral communications 1 wants to speak now? Okay, I'm going to come to the council then. Let me look at the order here. All right. Councilman Shake.
Nothing. Thank you. No, it's too early. It's too early. I have a couple of questions, though.
I think you spent it all on all the other agenda items. Councilman Gerson.
Nothing.
Councilman Kaji.
I recuse my comments.
Councilwoman Kalani.
Thank you, Mayor. I heard that someone had a recent birthday. Well, it's coming up. When is it?
Friday.
Friday. So we have to say happy birthday to Mr. Santana. But you can sing. Sheikh wants to sing. Go. Okay.
Sheikh already had his time.
And then I know it's a little belated, but I wanted to say happy Father's Day belated to all of the fathers in the room, and I hope you had a wonderful day. That's it.
All right, thank you. Councilwoman Lewis.
Thank you. I just want to remind that tomorrow, June 19th, is actually Juneteenth, so all the federal offices, including banks, no mail tomorrow. And there are celebrations all around the South Bay, so find whatever makes you happy. For me, that'll probably be a nice movie and a sleep. So happy Juneteenth to all of those.
Thank you. Councilman Matucci.
I got nothing. Thank you.
Well, you guys want to call it a night? I'm gonna see if I can make a 10-minute oral out of this one. No, I think, I think I just heard a new term. Well, as we conclude tonight's meeting, I just want to thank all the public for your interest and staying informed. And I know we covered a lot of ground today. I know sometimes not everyone's happy with all decisions made, but rest assured that every one of us on the dais here is balancing all items to provide the best service for our community. And I think we made a lot of good decisions today. And if the decisions were not in your favor, we're trying to look at the big picture. And sometimes you get a good one, sometimes you don't. But we are looking at the whole city. And I want to thank Torrance City Cable for sharing our meetings live. In case you miss any portion of this meeting, you can find it archived online at torranceca.gov, YouTube, and Facebook. At this moment, we will not adjourn, but we're going to go to closed session. Thank you. Good evening. We're back from the closed session. City Assistant City Manager, anything to report out?
There is not, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll take a motion to adjourn tonight's council meeting.
Yes, Mayor. I would like to adjourn tonight's meeting to Tuesday, July 2nd, 2024 at 5 p.m. for closed session with the regular business commencing at 6:30 p.m. Now, keep in mind, it's different location in the Toyota Meeting Hall. I repeat, Toyota Meeting Hall. That's where the next meeting's going to be. And Tuesday, the June 25th, 2024, is Council Dark Night. So I repeat, our meeting will be at the Toyota Meeting Hall.
He must have the over. Start voting, please. That motion carries with Councilmember Shake abstaining.
All right. Good night and see you at the Toyota Meeting Hall.